Jacob Hansen, welcome to the show.
Hi, Alex. Thanks for having me.
Are Mormons Christian?
Yes, but it's going to depend on your definition of Christian. So that's a whole long topic to get into. But as a preface, I thought that most people here probably don't. Well, they probably have two characteristics. One is they're probably going, Alex, Mormonism, like really. A lot of people think of us kind of as a joke. But I also think that if people were pressed, those same people, that they probably would admit that they don't know that much about us, just kind of what they've heard online. They saw the Book of Mormon musical and heard their pastor say that we all get to own our own planets. And, that's kind of as far as a lot of people go with it.
Yeah, that's when I started getting interested, when I heard about the planets. That sounded pretty good to me. It's a very materialistic kind of religion, which is, great for a materialist. I think, yeah, obviously Mormonism is one of the most mocked religions in the world. And the thing that's been interesting to me is that, we met on the Jubilee 25 Surrounded thing. And I remember at the end I had to choose somebody to speak to, and I was like, I'll speak to this guy. He seemed like he knew what he was talking about. And you said you were an LDS member. And I remember at the time kind of thinking like, man, that's frustrating, because it's really interesting to talk to an LDS member. But that episode, I knew that it was controversial as to whether Mormons kind of count as Christian. And so it was a little bit like, man, is that gonna annoy people? Is it gonna feel like we've sort of missed an opportunity for what the video is supposed to be? But I'm glad we did talk, because, we we all went out. I like to say that I took all 25 of you out for a drink afterwards, but I'm not sure that actually everybody came. So it was probably more like 20 or so. And we were talking, you were one of the last people there, like people were sort of filing away, and we started talking about Mormonism. And it should have become clear to you at the time that I just didn't know anything about this religion, because you're having some debate with one of the other guys, like some discussion, right? And I'm hearing about how Joseph Smith had his head in a hat and that he didn't even read the golden plates. And I'm hearing about the extermination order where, Mormons are killed on sight by the government or something. And I'm hearing all this stuff. I'm hearing that Joseph Smith is the first US presidential candidate to be assassinated. And I'm just thinking to myself, if anything, this is an extraordinary history of a religion that I just became instantly fascinated with. And I've spoken about it a lot on my channel since, and I brought it up in debates and stuff. And it's a bit unfortunate, because I think I've kind of made a bit of a joke about it, so I didn't mean to offend any LDS listeners. But when I'm asked, somebody asked me recently what denomination of Christian I would be if I had to choose one, and I said Mormonism, just to make a joke, kind of to annoy him a little bit. But I did notice that Mormon Twitter seemed to take that in their stride, and I saw it sort of reposted quite a fair bit. So I'm here to say, ladies and gentlemen, that no, I am not a Mormon. I do like pointing out that if there is any kind of similarity and apologetic that you can make towards Mormonism and Christianity, Christians who think Mormonism is stupid are going to be troubled by that. Because if you point out that there might be sort of similar lines of reasoning you can use to establish Mormonism as you can for Christianity, the Christian will have to take Mormonism more seriously. But it also works for the atheist to therefore take Christianity less seriously, if you know what I mean. So that's kind of the project that I'm engaged in.
Yes, and I would say that there's a lot of double standards when it comes to Latter-day Saints. And just so everyone knows, if I use the word Latter-day Saints, that's what we call ourselves. Mormon is sort of a nickname, and Mormonism we'll refer to as the restored gospel. So if I use that terminology, just so you guys know kind of what it is. But you're absolutely right, in the sense of people talk about us a lot, but very few people actually talk to us. And I wanted to kind of start this by saying how we approach this is how do you approach Mormonism is a big part of the whole discussion. Kind of for an atheist, I think you're taking kind of the right approach. Sort of a sociological curiosity about it. For example, there are some things that people may not realize. They don't realize that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is arguably the fastest growing Christian group in the past 200 years. There are more Latter-day Saints right now in the world than there are Jews. Our growth rate in the first 200 years is about 10 times that of the Christian movement's first 200 years.
Now that I'm interested in that because I know that Rodney Stark, famously, the sociologist of religion, posited that the growth rate was about the same. You're saying 10 times. How
So
are you?
I looked this up. They said that after about 200 years after the resurrection of Jesus Christ, that there were about between 1 to 2 million Christians. That's the research I've done. If people can find out that it's different, you can look that up. We
Sure.
have
But
17 million.
yeah, so at any rate, it's certainly the case that there's an impressive rate of growth compared to Christianity, even if you take that lower bound. Now, I pointed this out in a recent video of mine, and a lot of people said, well, the thing is, Alex, of course, Mormonism can grow at a similar rate, but that's because Christians were being persecuted. Christians were being oppressed by the Roman Empire. Like, you don't understand what it's like for these people to risk their lives, risk crucifixion under the Roman Empire in order to still be Christians. And yet it remained it kept the same kind of growth rate. It still grew really quickly. Whereas Mormonism, that grew in modern day liberal secular America, right?
And people don't know the history then of our people if they think that, because the Latter-day Saints were persecuted basically right from the start. And I want to get into that part of sort of the story of that persecution and what happened as we go along here. But there's one other thing I wanted to point out just sociologically as an atheist looks at this. Like a lot of Christians will say, Jordan Peterson or others, they point out these really positive effects that Christianity has had on the world. And that's one of the reasons they grant it credibility. Well, people should ask the question, what is the social effect that this Mormonism has on people and the communities where they live? There's a renowned scholar, his name's Ram Khan, Kanan, I think is how you pronounce it, from the University of Pennsylvania. He did a study on Latter-day Saints and on kind of their pro-social behavior. And a lot of times people, you notice in a lot of academic research, people couch their language. They're kind of careful in what they say. This is what he said in the summary. He said, overall, we found that members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints are the most pro-social members of American society. Regardless of where they live, they are very generous with their time and money. Through a theology of obedience and sacrifice and strong commitment to tithing and service, Latter-day Saints are model citizens. Now, I'm not here to say any of this proves that it's true. I'm just saying that from an atheist perspective, when you look at this, if religion is just useful fiction, well, what if Mormonism is wildly useful in the lives of people?
Yeah, I think that is interesting because there are multiple questions here, which are the truth claims, the theology, the history, and also just the societal effect, right? I don't think there are many people out there saying that Mormonism is a force for evil in the world to the same extent that, Wahhabi Islam is, right? I know that there are former Muslims who've had troubles with the church. They've had disputes and arguments. I don't really know about the culture of things like apostasy within Mormonism. And I hope you don't mind if I use the word Mormonism. I know that the organization...
Yeah, no, we're talking about it sociologically and stuff, so that's fine.
It's sort of flipped back and forth, right? Like leaders of the church have sort of said it's okay to say Mormon, and then it's like, no, actually, it's not okay to say Mormon because we need to use the right terminology. So I'll try my best here. But of course, I mean, you mentioned a strong commitment to tithing, for example. Isn't tithing a requirement of the LDS Church?
No, it's not a requirement. You can be a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and not pay tithing. Now, with that in mind, for access to the temple, there are requirements that a person must be living in certain ways to qualify for certain ordinances. If you think about it, again, you have to remember, fundamentally, we are Christians in the sense that we are following the Lord Jesus Christ of the New Testament. And he expected his followers to be willing to consecrate everything to the building of his kingdom. And so, yes, there is, if a person wants to participate in temple ordinances, one of the things, they're expected to live certain standards of the faith. And paying tithing is one of those standards of the faith. So, yes, it is in a sense, if a person wishes to be a full disciple of Jesus Christ, they should be willing to tithe. And that is a Mormon thing. That's a Christian thing.
Yeah. What are they expected to pay?
Well, a tithe is based on the idea of a tenth. So it's a tenth of your
Oh, so it
income.
is actually, it's like an etymologically, that's interesting. I hadn't even clocked that before, the tithe is tenth. So it is a tenth. It's not, it's, I suppose that the word tithe is used these days sometimes to refer to other percentages that are determined, but this is really a tenth.
Yes, so a tenth. And
Interesting. I never realized that before, that tithe, tenth. Yeah, fair enough.
It's funny that one thing with, you kind of say nobody thinks like Mormons are like evil. Well, I would I would beg to differ. If you meet a lot of Christian apologists, they will very much say that Mormonism is certainly an evil in the world. And so while an atheist can approach Mormonism from sort of this sociological perspective, for a Christian there's a whole other question that you have to ask. A Christian can't just reject these claims to the miraculous that we make, because they're open to the idea of the miraculous happening. And they have to ask the question, what does Jesus think of these Latter-day Saints? And the answer that we get is that, well, you're going to hell because you're not Christians. And if you're not a Christian, well, then you can't be saved. And for those who sort of reject that idea and say, no, Latter-day Saints can be saved, that means that being a Latter-day Saint is a live option. Like, it's just kind of like a matter of preference, right? Like, you like being a Presbyterian, I like being a Latter-day Saint, and we all go to heaven.
At least to the extent that somebody could be like somebody could be a universalist. They could think that I'm going to heaven, even though I don't believe in any of this. And I suppose that would encompass LDS members. Do you say LDS members, or do you call yourself like LDSs, like Latter-day Saints? So LDSs.
I'll just say LDS, or I'll say Latter-day Saints, or members of the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints. Alex, if you call me a Mormon or you call us Mormons, I'm not gonna, I'm fine. Don't worry about it.
It's probably not the most offensive thing that someone said about you on the internet.
So, oh no,
give me some grace. I did see Matt Fradd of Pints with Aquinas. You had a debate with Trent Horn.
Yes.
About Mormonism on Pints with Aquinas. I've been on that show too. Matt does quite well as a podcaster. I think his channel's growing. He's a competent interviewer.
Yeah,
I did see him say that if he was walking down the street and he saw a Book of Mormon in one of those like community libraries, like where you can sort of take a book and leave a book, that he would take it out and throw it in the trash, and sort of also defended.
He would burn it.
So he was defending the idea of burning Books of Mormon, and that if he saw one in the community library, he thinks it's okay to take it out and throw it in the trash. And the reason I bring that up is because that was in a way offensive to me, just as somebody who is naturally shaken by the thought of burning at least most books. I was asked in a Q&A recently whether it's ever okay to burn books, and if we're going to be pedantic, trivially, yeah, if there was a book that contained the nuclear codes or something like that, fine. But in this case, I was a little bit disturbed. And the reason for this is because these Christians see it as false doctrine. They see it as misleading people to have a wrong view of Christ. So when you say that people think that Christians think Mormons are dangerous, do they just mean in terms of the state of your eternal soul? So like the doctrines that you believe are leading you to hell? Or do they actually believe that they're a force for evil in the world? Like they do evil things that make people's lives worse in the world?
I would say it's more theological for sure. But it also, their idea is that if you don't have a proper theology, then you go to hell. Like you can be a wonderful Latter-day Saint who not only who professes faith in Jesus Christ. Like I will tell people right now, I have placed my faith entirely in the Lord Jesus Christ as my Savior. He is my Savior and my Redeemer. But they say, yeah, but you have the wrong, you're worshiping the wrong Jesus because I reject the Trinitarian formulation of God. That's why the Catholic Church will recognize, for example, the baptisms done by Protestants, but they won't recognize Latter-day Saint baptisms, even though we literally baptize in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Ghost. But because we mean something differently about the ontological status of those three persons, well, that's enough to say it doesn't count. And
sure. Now,
and so that's, see, where we speak though, and so for a lot of people, for an atheist, we're just sort of a sociological phenomena that's interesting to look at. But for a Christian, they have to consider a lot of other factors here. Is this a live option? C.S. Lewis, for example, he has this wonderful analogy of mere Christianity being like this house. And he says that in this house, you don't live in the halls, right? Where, you live in one of the rooms in one of the denominations. He said, I have the quote here. He says, "It is in the rooms, not the hall, that there are fires and chairs and meals. The hall is a place to wait in, a place from which to try the various doors, not the place to live in." And so for somebody like Ayaan Hirsi Ali, who finds herself as sort of a mere Christian, there's this question, are you Catholic? Are you Protestant? Are you Orthodox? But what if you're not satisfied with any of those options? I think this is where the restored gospel really has something to say that is really fascinating to people. And a lot of people, they jump right to sort of the Joseph Smith story. And I always tell people, look, the Joseph Smith story, which we'll get into, it's the second half of the play. It's Act 2. And if you don't understand what happened in Act 1, Act 2 will make no sense, right? And so the first part of this story starts long before Joseph, and it's really, when you find out what we say in this first part, this is really what fires up sort of the creedal Christian tradition, right? And so if you want, we can kind of start going into some of that.
Which I do love to do, yes. I mean, I think we... there's a lot I want to cover, and I want people to bear in mind that if they're listening to this, I want to give you space to sort of talk about what Mormons believe. I want to get some theological ideas. I want people to understand what Mormonism actually is, because even now, after listening to us talk for 15 minutes, they might be like, I still don't know what this is, what makes it different. I want to give you the space to do that. We are going to discuss some criticisms. We're going to talk about the Book of Abraham. We're going to talk about Black people in being allowed into the temple. We're going to talk about polygamy. We're going to talk about these things, but I'm not going to, come out of the box with those things. So, and of course, you need to have some understanding about what Mormonism is for that to make any sense. So, if you think it's most appropriate to start with the story of Mormon, then we can do that.
Yes, I think that's probably the best way to start with this. So, the first part is to understand. There's a question that I like to ask, and this goes way before Joseph Smith. And that is, why does the God of Aristotle sound exactly like the God that emerged in the creedal tradition? Okay. Aristotle's God is this unmoved mover, pure actuality, being itself. To quote our friend Dr. Craig, he's timeless, spaceless, immaterial.
Yeah.
Right? Without passions, without parts, without change. Now, if you were to just go read the Bible, is that what you'd come up with? Like, when you read the Bible straight up, God is no passions? Like, the Old Testament, God, no passions, really? Christ rises from the dead with a physical body? How do you reconcile that with this idea of an immaterial God? And so what a lot of people don't realize was that this is the problem, in my opinion, with the creedal tradition. They start by saying, well, what are we talking about? We're talking about God. Well, what is God? Well, God is that which no greater can be conceived. In other words, they aren't going to Jesus and saying, what is God? They're using a philosophical frame that goes back to the Greeks of perfect being theology. And they're saying, this is what we mean by God. And then they're trying to reason back to, basically apply that lens to the Bible as the lens of interpretation. Right? So they're
not looking at scripture for their basis of their idea of God, but rather using the light of natural reason, essentially.
Absolutely. So and what it is and then their God, this is what biblical scholarship is revealing more and more, that the conception of God in things like the Old Testament, it wasn't even hard monotheism. Like, in the creation account, they're talking about man has become as one of us. Wait, what? Now, a plain reading of the text, you're going to say there are some sort of divine beings involved here, and there's a council of gods. There's all sorts of things that when you look at the biblical scholarship, you realize that this hard, abstract monotheism is a later creation. And even worse than that, it doesn't jive with the embodied, resurrected Jesus.
I want people to know as well that these are ideas that are not, strictly speaking, Mormon. I know you haven't claimed that that's the case, but the idea of monotheism developing over the course of the history of Judaism and not being present from the start. I did an episode with Dr. Justin Sledge from Esoterica on the origins of Yahweh as a god, and we talked about this, where monotheism came from. And so I just want people to be aware that this isn't just like some weird Mormon interpretation of the Bible. This is something that people do say. For instance, the "thou shalt have no other gods before me," a lot of people interpret that to not be monotheistic, but henotheistic. And henotheism is the view that there are lots of gods, but only one of them should be worshipped, which is a kind of de facto monotheism, but is not quite the same thing. And yes, you've mentioned the Council of Gods, mentioned famously in the book of Job, or the Divine Council in the book of Job. And God has a council in the Psalms as well, where he refers to other people as gods. It's all a little bit strange. So that stuff really is in there, and that's not just a Mormon thing.
Yeah, and what people don't realize is that the Christians of the first century, and even the Jews, had been deeply Hellenized in their intellectual traditions. And so Jesus comes in, and he actually is a big problem because he rises with a body. And this really matters because for the next few centuries, you have what are known as the great Christological debates of the early church, where everyone is trying to figure out, what are we to make of Jesus? Now, there's a funny thing, Alex. You and I in the Jubilee debate, one of the topics we debated is Jesus never claimed to be God.
Yeah,
now, here's a little funny thing about that. There's a sense in which it depends on what you meant by God. Yeah. If you are meaning the abstract conception of the hard monotheistic creedal tradition, I would say, yeah, no, Jesus didn't ever claim to be that. He did claim to be a divine being, and so that was I thought that was kind of funny, but it's important to remember that there's this conflict. It's the same problem in a sense that we have today. There's this sort of abstract notion of God that someone like Jordan Peterson will talk about, the highest value. And he's talking in Platonic ideas, right? Very Greek in the way he's thinking about it. But then you're over there going, yeah, but did Jesus actually rise with a physical body out of that tomb, right? That is the essence of the same debate that was going on in the early church. And so being Hellenized sort of people in the Greek world, they began to approach this debate using a Greek sort of lens of actuality, potentiality, impassibility, all this kind of stuff. And this is totally foreign to like the world of Jesus and what he taught. You go to the Sermon on the Mount, and it's this law of conduct. It assumes beliefs. It doesn't formulate them. It belongs to the ethical, not this sort of speculative side of theological stuff. One is something you'd hear amongst Jewish peasants. The other is, from the world of Greek philosophers. And in the early church, there was no central, originally there was an adjudicating authority, right? Like when they had the question about circumcision, well, there was a central authority in the apostles, like Peter, who kind of settled the question. But in the years following the death of the apostles, there were kind of these different local leader groups, and there were different ideas and different Christian traditions. And I know that you are familiar with that as you've studied some of early Christian history. Like, it is not a super, like, there was one group that was just, this is the official church. It was a much more diverse movement.
Yeah, people will dispute the extent to which that is the case. The fascinating thing with the discovery of the Gnostic Gospels in the Nag Hammadi library was this indication that the early Christian movement was a lot more, there was a lot more variance. I mean, we knew that these ideas existed, of course, but we didn't have the actual texts themselves. And it sort of became increasingly clear. I think Elaine Pagels, who I've had on the show, had a lot to do with this. Her book, The Gnostic Gospels in the 70s, sort of proposed this idea that it's not a homogenous early Christian community, but like this fledgling Jesus movement that has lots of different strands. The interesting thing about, I think you're right that the philosophy of religion is quite divorced from the Bible, in the sense that if you ask a biblical scholar, what is contingency, they might have no idea, and they have no need to know either. But I think that the philosopher will be listening to this and saying that's all very well and good, but philosophy is more fundamental, right? Like if something by the light of reason just leads you into a conclusion, like that there must be a unified first cause that is spaceless, timeless, and immaterial. If that is just logically true, no matter what, then you have your Christian revelation. You have to make the Christian revelation fit the more foundational philosophical certainty, rather than abandoning the philosophical certainty for what is essentially your interpretation of a text, right? So people will think that you're sort of doing it the wrong way around, in other words.
Yeah, and that is exactly the argument of sort of the early leaders and early philosophers. And my whole point, though, is just to recognize that that's what they're doing. They're
Right.
not
Okay.
going to the text of the Bible and saying, this is what the Bible obviously says. They're starting with a preconception for what God is, arrived purely through reason rather than through revelation.
Yeah.
And so this is a big deal to Latter-day Saints. In fact, from the very beginning, there's a, and I think that I think perfect being theology leads you to absolute incoherence, and it's incompatible with the Bible. One of our early church leaders, I think he summed it up really well. He was talking about these different theories about God and the creeds, and he says that the language amongst these theories runs like this. He says, there is only one living and true God without body, parts, or passions, consisting of three persons. And he goes on to say this. He says, it's painful to the human mind to be compelled to admit that such wonderful inconsistencies of language or ideas have ever found place in any human creed. Yet so it is. It is but another way of saying there is a God who does not exist, a God who is composed of non-entity, who is the negative of all existence, who occupies no space, exists in no time, who is composed of no substance, known or unknown, and who has no powers or properties in common with anything or being known to exist. Such a God could never be seen, heard, or felt by any being in the universe. And that last line, I think he's sort of paying homage to the interaction problem, right?
Mm-hmm.
If this God is totally other than the created order, how does he interact with the created order in any way? So these are ideas that for Latter-day Saints, we look at this and we go, something happened here. And what it really comes down to historically is that there was no central authority. An analogy I like to use is like a mirror that fell and broke. And the Gnostics, for example, I think they picked up part of the mirror. They had something there. They're missing a ton, and I would say that the Gnostics are wrong, but they had something. And the creedal tradition that emerged, I would say, was actually probably the biggest piece of the mirror. I don't want to go too hard against the creedal tradition because I actually believe that they are kind of they got the biggest piece. But without this central sort of adjudicating authority, it's all kind of a mess until Constantine adopts this divided movement as the official religion of the Roman Empire. And so now as the official religion, you have to have an official, what do we believe? What is within the bounds of orthodoxy and what is outside the bounds of orthodoxy? This is where the creeds come from. They begin centuries after Jesus, and they begin as a orthodoxy test. Now, there were creeds that they talk about that were before, but Latter-day Saints don't really have problems with, the Apostles' Creed that says, Jesus died and resurrected. It's more the later creeds that begin to change this notion about the identity of who God is, right?
Just a point of pedantry, I think, because this is said a lot. I think it is Constantine who made Christianity legal in the Roman Empire, but Theodosius, who 10 years later made it the official religion of the Roman Empire.
Okay, and that
matters here, but to be honest with you, it saves that line of critical commentary. You know what I mean?
You're right. And if I make little slip-ups, just know people I'm doing my best here, and I may misspeak occasionally a little thing.
It's just one of those. It's one of those huge factoids that gets said all the time. Because he made it legal. I think it's Richard Dawkins has it in his book. In Outgrowing God, and it's just seems to have become true, I suppose. But no, I think that's the case.
Speaking of things becoming true, here's what's interesting, just historically speaking. the great Christological debates were never resolved. Instead, a particular take on the Christological debates was enforced.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, if you were outside of the orthodoxy of the official church of the Roman Empire, the official religion, then you were a heretic, not just in a vague sense, like you were against the official church. And this creedal tradition, it didn't really spread because it just like made so much sense. It wasn't like, they went to people and were like, oh, hypostatic union. And they're just like, that makes total sense. Like Trinity, like perfect. The reason that it spread was because it was the official religion of governments that for 1,500 years had adopted this sort of creedal tradition as their official like orthodoxy. And then as they expand, well, this is our religion, right? And so essentially for 1,500 years, this creedal tradition spreads around the world and is enforced through the state. And it's funny because to this day, it's still not enforced through argument. It's enforced through sort of social pressure. For example, you were on Ruslan's podcast, and as soon as you mention Latter-day Saints, what's the first thing he says? He says, they're not Christian.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? What he's doing is he's saying, why aren't we Christian? You want to know why he say we're not Christian? It's not because we don't accept the New Testament or believe that Jesus rose from the dead. It's because we don't accept the Trinitarian formulation of God, which is demonstrably a formulation that came through the creeds centuries after Christ.
I'm sure if Ruslan were asked that, and I'm sure he's setting up a live stream as we speak to respond.
I'm perfectly happy to talk with him about this, by the way.
He might say like, yeah, but it's not just like, well, I'm a Trinitarian and I've decided that and that means you don't count, but rather I have good reasons to think that Christianity requires the Trinity, that you have to believe in the Trinity in order to be a Christian. And so when I say that you're not a Christian because you don't believe in the Trinity, it's a shorthand for saying you're not a Christian because you don't align with what I consider to be fundamental to Christianity for good philosophical reasons, not just because it's decided by some ancient doctrine.
And I for any Christians watching, I'm very open. One of the debates I would love to have publicly is the Trinitarian doctrine necessary to be a Christian or something along those lines? Like, is the doctrine of the Trinity compatible with the Bible, for example, which I think it's not in any way, shape, or form. I think the Christological debates, like I said, they weren't resolved because they're not resolvable. Okay?
So when Jesus, baptizes in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, to invoke the name of Jesus and the Holy Spirit alongside the name of the Father, is this not an indication when you have the baptism of Jesus, the voice of the Father, the Holy Spirit descending like a dove, and the Son himself, all like physically present? It's an interesting thing about the baptism of Jesus. You have the Trinity all physically present, the vibration of the air and the Father and the dove of the Holy Spirit. Are these not indications of I don't want to go too deep into Trinitarian form.
Well, I would say, Alex, you just contradicted the Trinity right there, because you're implying that God has some sort of a physical form. Like, remember, the God that they talk about is being itself. And not only that, it's three substances in one essence. Like, when you actually drill into the doctrine of the Trinity, it reduces to an incoherency because you can't reconcile the nature of Jesus Christ with the nature of God. For example, Jesus says in his, like, if Jesus was fully God in this life, to be fully God, one of the essential characteristics of being fully God is that you are omnipotent. So why does Jesus in the Bible say that there are things that he does not know, such as the day of the second coming?
Well, that might be due to something like kenosis. That might be due to, so I should explain, that might be due to something like, the Son emptying himself of his power in order to come down physically onto planet Earth.
But God doesn't change.
Well, does God change? God seems to change his mind in the Old Testament. I suppose the philosophical God maybe doesn't change. But then, talking to me, bear in mind that I'm not defending creedal Christianity right now. What I'm defending is the Trinity. And so what if God can change and is also a Trinity? You know what I mean? Like, maybe this Trinity idea has got something going for it, even if it
Well,
doesn't neatly fit into the creedal Christian tradition.
and we fully agree that the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit being one and united in a sort of oneness of relationship, like we agree with that. So when you get into the essence of what the doctrine of the Trinity is, you find that there's a lot of problems, and we don't reject the idea of there being a Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and them all being fully divine beings. Like we accept that. We call this notion the Godhead rather than the Trinity itself. So that's kind of a rabbit hole, obviously, that we could go down, but to kind of continue the story. So you have this idea of, you have this state-enforced creed, basically dominating the world for 1,500 years. But then there's this new nation that arises. We got kind of angry about the monarchy, which is something that I think you, Alex, might have some. You can understand how people might get annoyed with that. And so in the United States, we form this new nation that kind of is, in a way, the first nation that sort of rejects this idea of a state-enforced creed. And so it's within that context. Now you can see sort of, this is where Joseph Smith comes into the picture. Okay. Joseph Smith he's 14 years old. The year's 1820. And he is trying to sort out sort of his own religious thing. And he's in the midst of the Second Great Awakening in the United States. So there's this religious fervor, and there's a great debate in his area, for instance, between the Methodists and the Presbyterians and sort of Calvinistic doctrines. And he's kind of confused about this. And I'll just read what he said in his own words. He said, "In the midst of this war of words and opinions, I often said to myself, what is to be done? Who of all these parties is right? Or are they all wrong together? If any one of them be right, which is it, and how shall I know it? I was one day reading the Epistle of James, which reads, 'If any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God, that giveth to all men liberally, and it shall be given him.' Never did any passage of Scripture come with more power to the heart of man than this one did at this time to mine. I reflected on it again and again, knowing that if any person needed wisdom from God, I did. At length I came to the conclusion that I must either remain in darkness and confusion, or else I must do as James directs, and that is ask of God." So Joseph goes into the woods near his house, and he prays, and he describes what happened. He said, "I saw a pillar of light exactly over my head above the brightness of the sun, which descended gradually until it fell upon me. When the light rested upon me, I saw two personages whose brightness and glory defy all description. They were standing above me in the air. One of them spake unto me, calling me by name, and said, pointing to the other, 'Joseph, this is my beloved son. Hear him.'" So this vision happens. He's told that he's not to join any of the churches, and that he has this special work that he's supposed to do. Now, I'm just going to address the elephant in the room here.
Now,
go ahead.
Well, that's the vision that Joseph recounted in 1838.
Correct.
Now,
Earlier on, he had reported this vision at multiple times, kind of informally. This was his sort of formal recounting of the story that he gives.
yes, I think it's important for people to know, because people will want me to bring it up, that there are these sort of two accounts that Smith gives of this event, which some critics say contradict each other. The reasons for that include that in 1832, he says that the primary motivation was not religious confusion and not knowing what to do, but rather he wanted forgiveness for his sins. He was feeling guilty and was looking for forgiveness. Also, in 1832, he only mentioned seeing the Lord, which seems to imply that there's only one figure, especially given the Mormon picture of what the Father and the Son are as physical beings. The fact that he only sees the Lord implies one being, whereas in 1838, as you say, he describes seeing God the Father and Jesus Christ. There are a few other differences.
Just as a point of clarity on this, in different contexts, Joseph is sort of giving this story. In fact, his 1838 account says, "Look, I know that there's been different people have different ideas about, the sort of gossips about what my story is. So I'm just going to lay it out for you guys officially." Now, also, I do believe that Joseph initially interpreted his vision as sort of a born again experience. If you look at the history, Joseph was in that culture where people were seeking forgiveness of their sins. And I do think that he had both on his mind. The reason that Joseph was concerned about religion was because, especially within the Calvinist sort of environment of the 1830s, it's very much like you need to repent or you're going to hell. And so he wanted to know, if I want to get forgiveness of my sins, I need to know sort of which church to join, right? Because they're saying if you join that church, you're going to go to hell. So he's like, I want forgiveness of my sins, and this, looking for religious answers, this is how I'm going to get it. Now,
But why do
Joseph,
you think he wouldn't mention the one figure versus two? I mean, the biggest problem for people, I think, is that in the original recounting, he says he saw the Lord, which again would kind of make sense if at the time, he's obviously not a Mormon yet. He's just some kind of Christian, and his idea of Christianity is that Jesus is the person that you see, whereas later he might sort of think, oh, actually, no, what I saw was the Father and the Son. Why would he only see one and then see two? Did he just sort of originally see two but not mention the other guy, or something like that?
When he describes the story in that account, it's a much more casual recounting. You know what I'm saying? He's not going into the details of it. And so I've never really found that to be a big of an issue, even before 1832. Like if you read the Book of Mormon and you have the theory that he's just making this up, the Book of Mormon distinguishes between the Father and Son. It doesn't have, so this notion of them being separate is very, very early in the Restoration. And so the fact that he mentions that in 1832 is not, again, it's a much more casual conversation. So I
It's
tend
something
to
worth people
weight it.
reading themselves. I mean, you can read the accounts and see
Yeah.
what you make of them. I mean, there is some space to say like, oh, I saw my friend James on his birthday, when actually I saw my friend James and Tom as well. We all went together, but it just made sense to say it like that. There could be something like that going on, but that's for the reader to determine, I suppose.
Well, and I just want to address the elephant in the room here. We're talking about a guy
Sure.
who's claiming to have seen God. All right. If I had a nickel for every crazy person when I was on the mission who told me that they saw God when I was walking around the street talking to people, I'd be a rich man. Joseph Smith knew his story sounded crazy. Okay. The story of miraculous events happening in upstate New York in the 1820s, just like, are you kidding me? Like, which is funny because it's sort of like, well, why not? Like, it's really easy to believe in the miraculous things that happened a long time ago in a land far, far away.
Yes.
But like, if you're a Christian, you believe that God is working in the world today.
You also believe that God surprised people in a similar way in first century Palestine, because people would say, is this not Jesus, the son of Joseph, the carpenter? Like, does anything good come from Nazareth? Like, people would say the same thing about that. Like, God was expected, the Messiah would have been expected to be this great military ruler, probably from some kind of kingly line, some kind of, noble birth or something. But instead, he's like, born in a manger somewhere, and people would have said at the time, like, as if God would come there and then. That makes no sense. So I do think it is a psychological phenomenon that when you say like, God revealed himself in upstate New York, it's like, it's ridiculous. But then maybe some things just are a bit ridiculous,
Yeah, if you're someone who believes in a book that has talking donkeys, the parting of seas, and virgins giving birth, it's like, but Joseph having this vision, like that's just, a bridge too far. Joseph actually said this. He said, I don't blame anyone for not believing my history. If I had not experienced what I had, I would not have believed it myself. So if you find this unbelievable, you're in good company. So Joseph, a few years later, he has this, when he's 17, there's sort of this series of angelic visitations that happen, and he's told that he's to bring forth an ancient record that's written on plates that's located in a hill near where he lives. I get it. This sounds absurd, but Christians should keep in mind that while we have at best 3 eyewitnesses or eyewitness accounts of the resurrection, at best, we have 19 people who said that they saw these plates. And for those who think that he made some fake plates, they have to keep in mind that, first of all, there's zero evidence that he ever made anything fake. And also, like, nothing in the historical record. And 5 of these people said that an angel was present when they were shown the plates. So again, yes, it's a miraculous claim. But these witnesses, and I want to encourage people, look into the witnesses. because what you'll find like is shocking. They were extremely dedicated. And there were those that were like, well, they only saw it with like some spiritual eyes. They were hallucinating. I'll just
Yes.
read, and I imagine that's something that you've probably heard or looked into as you've researched it, that they only
Yeah,
saw
well,
it
it was David
spiritually.
Whitmer, I think, who says at some point that he saw the plates with his spiritual eyes, implying that it's some kind of visionary experience rather than, actually seeing some physical golden plates.
Yeah, and that was, just so everyone knows, like, that's what people said at the time, and David Whitmer addressed that directly. So people were, it's like, oh, it's some kind of like hallucination then. Here's what David Whitmer said. I actually have the quote. He said, someone once asked him that, and he said, "No, sir, I was not under any hallucination, nor was I deceived. I saw with these eyes, I heard with these ears, I know of which I speak. I saw the angel as plainly as I see you. He was surrounded by the glory of God, which overshadowed us, and we heard his voice, and we saw the records of the Book of Mormon." He later went on to say that, of course, we were in the spirit when we had the view. That was some of the things he said. But he also said, but we were in the body also, and everything was as natural to us as it is at any time.
But do you think, there are so many ways to interpret that, I suppose broadly too. One is that he's saying, yes, we sort of saw things with our spiritual eyes and we were in the spirit, but like this was a physical like thing that we saw. Another is to say, yeah, look, this was a kind of visionary experience, but you have to understand that it was so true, so powerful that it was like, I saw it with my eyes, man, I can kind of read this as it's a little bit strange. Somebody saying, look, yes, I was in the spirit, it's as if I said to you, like, I had a religious experience, I met Jesus, and someone says, well, like, what did he look like? It's like, well, like, I was kind of meditating. I was like half asleep, half waking in that weird meditative state. But man, like, I saw him,
You mean like Paul?
Yeah.
You know
So
what I mean? Like
I have a lot
that's
to
what I'm
say
saying
about Paul.
to the
I,
Christians. Like a Christian will come at me and be like, "Oh, they were just like," it's like the atheist would say the exact same thing to you guys about Paul.
That's right. And I do say the same thing about Paul. I mean, my understanding of Paul's experiences of Christ are extremely visionary in many ways. And there are lots of indications. There's a lot of discussion about whether Paul was a kind of visionary. And I think that's really interesting. And it's not really an area of expertise for me, but it is one of interest. But I'm happy to say that that's what happened in both of these cases. In the same way that I look at Paul and think, I'm sure something happened to him, but I think it was some kind of visionary experience. When I hear people say, yeah, I saw the golden plates, but I was in the spirit, and I saw it with my spiritual eyes. But man, like I saw them, I really did see them. The way that I'm interpreting that is as like a really profound spiritual experience, which, by the way, could still count for something. Like, especially if people independently have the same spiritual experience and see the same vision,
which is
that's still
exactly what
pretty
happened.
cool.
Which is exactly what happens with them. All three of those witnesses described essentially the exact same thing. Now, but this is the thing. People want to say, well, it wasn't, it was just like, they just hallucinated. Hold on here. What about the people that, like, so there's a guy named John Whitmer, who's actually the brother of David, who was shown the plates as one of the 8 witnesses. The 8 witnesses he just gave it to him. He was like, here, check them out. And they turned him over. Now, when John got really old, it's in the late 1800s, he was interviewed by a newspaper guy who was like, he kind of heard these rumors, right? Like, they're all like hallucinating it. So he goes, and there was also a rumor that they only saw it under a cloth, that they never actually held them. And in the newspaper report, the reporter says this: "Did you see them covered in a cloth?" He's asking John this. John just goes, "No. He handed them uncovered into our hands, and we turned the leaf sufficiently to satisfy us." The reporter says, "Then they were a material substance?" And John just goes, "Yes, as material as anything can be." And he goes, "Well, how big were the leaves?" He goes, "Well, they're about 8 by 6 or 7 inches." And so, I mean, this guy isn't reporting angels or hallucinations. It's like, he just gave it to us. And that was the testimony of the 8 witnesses. So the
testimony of the 8 witnesses, crucially, the actual testimonies themselves are not written by the 8 witnesses, right? They're written by Oliver Cowdery, and they sign the witness statements. Is that right?
So we don't have the original document that they signed. What people talk about, and they all say, oh, well, it's all in Oliver Cowdery's handwriting. Keep in mind, what they're talking about is the printer's manuscript of the Book of Mormon. In other words, he had to put together what's going to go in the Book of Mormon, and at the front of it, they wanted to include the witness statement. So if he's the one who's putting this together for the printer, it's like, Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
But
going to be
crucially,
his
we
handwriting.
don't have the autographs, similarly to how we don't have the autographs of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And a lot of people point to that and
Yeah,
say
but this
that
is
that
such
gives them disputed authorship.
this is such a silly criticism, in my opinion, because we have tons of statements from those witnesses
Right.
afterwards. They were literally in their lives going out and handing out
Yeah.
books with their names in it.
Mm.
So to say that we don't have the signatures is just like to strain at a gnat. And one of my favorite of the witnesses is Joseph's brother Hiram. Hiram was a good man. Now, you hear a lot of Christians say, no one will die for a lie, right? Well, shortly after the Missouri extermination order, this is what Hiram said about being a witness. He said, I thank God that I felt a determination to die rather than to deny the things which my eyes had seen and which my hands had handled. He's talking about the plates, and which I had borne testimony to. Wherever my lot had been cast, I can assure my beloved brethren that I was enabled to bear as strong a testimony when nothing but death presented itself as ever I did in my life. Now, here's the wild thing. About 3 years after that, or 4 years after that statement was made, Hiram was shot in the face by a mob. So, was he sincere?
Was
Like,
he killed in such a way that recanting would have helped him? Because, like, if he's shot by an angry mob, is that he's shot at the same time as Joseph Smith,
he
right?
is,
He's
and
shot. They're in the same prison cell.
we'll get into that story. Regardless, the Latter-day Saints were being persecuted, including Hiram, and had multiple run-ins, these witnesses, where their lives were in jeopardy. There's an extermination order on them.
Yeah,
Okay?
can we talk about them as we've sort
Yeah,
of
that's
a
fine.
bit all
Yeah,
over the place, but I think I will bring it back to this because I also want to talk about that language that the golden plates were written in. But the Missouri Extermination Act, this is one of the things that, like, my eyebrows haven't quite come back to their normal level since you first told me about this in Los Angeles. What happened there?
So when the saints began to settle, after the church was established, Joseph began to, his work was to establish Zion. It was to establish the kingdom of God on earth. And one of the first things he was going to do was to gather together the members of the church to create essentially what is like a center place. And from that place, they would go and sort of spread the gospel to the world. And so he made there's a little bit of a problem when you do this. If you take a bunch of northern Yankees in the 1830s to a southern slave state and you put them all in one city together, it tends to kind of fire people up. And so you have these, people who are northern Yankees against slavery like Joseph Smith was, and they all move into this city together and they start to sort of take over the political democracy, and people begin to get really upset about this. And it's sort of like, and this is back in the day when you lynch people, and there's a lot of vigilante justice, and there's tons of, battles over states' rights and autonomy. And what eventually happens is there is conflicts with the saints, and the governor of Missouri sides with the mobs essentially and says, we need to get these people out of our state. And so he passes an order that says that the Mormons need to be exterminated and or driven from the state of Missouri. And they were.
So what does that mean? Like, what does the legislation actually say? Your average Missourian, whatever, could do when they see a Mormon.
My understanding is that they could kill them. And I have to look more into that, to all the details, but it was more like they literally were like, get out of here or else your life will be at stake. It was the language of the bill is extermination, so far as I
Right.
understand anyway. And if there's any, I'm not a lawyer here, so if there is some ambiguity on that, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, we're dealing with persecution here, right? And then quite strongly worded persecution.
For example, it wasn't just in word either. Hans Mill, if you ever look that up, is where a group of children and men were murdered in a mill by a mob during this time. So, and I don't know that there was any prosecution of them for those crimes, so far as I know.
Like my understanding, Missouri Executive Order 44, if people wish to look it up, is that it's sort of giving a legal ability, like a legal cover for violence, persecution, and killing of Mormons as a drive to get them out of the state. So yeah, there are also examples of like massacres against Mormons. What's the one that you were just talking about? What's it called?
The Hans Mill Massacre.
Yes, yeah, I just pulled up some information about that where 17 men and boys are killed and nothing comes of it. No legal repercussions.
Not that I'm not aware of any. I've never heard of anything that came about because of that.
So we're dealing with a persecuted religious minority. You know, it's not just a happy sect in secular America.
No, absolutely not. And those witnesses at any time, here's the other wild thing. About half of them at some point were excommunicated by Joseph or under his authority from the church. So if you're part of this sort of fraudulent scheme, you can expose it. Oliver Cowdery, for instance, when he was estranged from the church, he ran for an election and he stood to win until people began to bring up that, hey, he's one of the Mormon witnesses. And he didn't recant. He just lost the election. So
Cowdery's somebody who falls out with Joseph Smith. Cowdery's one of the witnesses of the Golden Plates. You know, has his statement. Falls out with Joseph Smith, is excommunicated from the LDS Church, but doesn't recant his witness to the Golden Plate. He is later rebaptized into the LDS Church. I think after Smith's death, right?
Yeah, he does come back. And it's, in fact, his dying, the last testimony of what he said on his deathbed is something that has always struck me, especially for those who are just like, it's just like hallucinating weirdos. He says to his friend Jacob, he says, Jacob, I want you to remember what I say to you. I'm a dying man, and what would it profit me to tell you a lie? I know that the Book of Mormon was translated by the gift and power of God. My eyes saw, my ears heard, and my understanding was touched. And I know whereof I testified is true. It was no dream, no vain imagination of the mind. It was real. Now, if a Christian found a statement from Peter like that, can you imagine? That would be the biggest thing in the Christian world ever. But when we bring up these witnesses, they don't even they'll just say that no, they had denied it. They don't even know the story. So I just tell everyone the witnesses to the gold plates, as crazy as that story sounds, those people believed it. And most historians, even the ones who are really critical, who study the issue closely, they believe that Joseph had some kind of a metal object. The witnesses are too strong to say otherwise. They'll dispute what that is, but some sort of metal object was in the possession of Joseph Smith based on the historical record.
Sure, but the thing that makes that, I think, less impressive than the witnesses to the resurrection or something, which you're right to point out we don't have any first-hand written accounts of, but of course, if you see a man crucified and then see him 3 days later, that is not something that has a lot of room for, interpretive problems. That is a miracle. Whereas if you've got a bunch of people who say that they saw some golden plates that they couldn't read, okay, some of them say that they saw an angel as well. We don't really know what an angel would have looked like. Maybe there was just another guy there who just they thought looked really nice. We don't really know all of the details exactly. What we know is that we've got some people who claimed to have seen some golden plates. Those golden plates could have said anything. They could have been anything. They could have come from anywhere. And so I think that even if you grant this wonderful collection of signed statements, it's not going to do that much to convince somebody that something miraculous has happened, because they haven't witnessed a miracle. They've just witnessed a metal object.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to throw out the statements of the witnesses to the angel and say that all these guys were deluded, you can make that case. But I don't go just on the witnesses alone. In fact, I'm not, just so everyone knows here, I'm not here making the case that what I'm going to say to you today is going to prove Mormonism or something like that. But what I'm going to say is that it's going to show you that we aren't just coming out of nowhere here. In fact, I think the almost more remarkable thing is the coming forth of the Book of Mormon itself. Okay, I want people to imagine that they have to sit down and write right now, you have to write eight pages of single space essay today. One draft, you just go for it. That's a challenge. That's something that's kind of tough to do. Now do that every single day for the next 2.5 months. Okay. So that's what Joseph did when he translated the Book of Mormon. This is a very well documented thing that happened. Okay. He produces this book that quickly in a single draft. And just some interesting facts about it. They've done sort of textual analysis on it. The book has 19 unique voices. It has 200 named characters with plausible Hebrew origins. So here are some names in it, for example. Himni, Chemish, Ammoniah, Mathoni, Nephi, Alma, Rabbana, Luram, Sam, Mulek, Paanchi, Pahoran, Korahor, Pakumena, Gideonhi. Those 12 names sound pretty ridiculous, right? Like, guys, somebody's just making that up. All of those names were discovered at different times in authentic ancient texts from that time in the Near East. These are authentic ancient names. There's a really interesting one. It talks about a guy named Mulek, who's the son of Zedekiah. Well, later archaeology shows that Zedekiah did have a son named Malchiah, and Mulek is a very plausible rendering. There's a shortened version of that name. It's like saying that he had a son named Michael, and then you find that the Book of Mormon says he had a son named Mike, right?
Yeah, so just to be clear, the Book of Mormon recounts the happenings of ancient America. Right?
Yes.
And so what you're talking...
Yes and no. So people have a little bit of a... let me do this real quick just to give kind of the overview of what this book has in it. Okay.
Yeah, because I think that's important to understand even the point you're making here.
Yeah. And people make it, there's a lot of bad assumptions about the Book of Mormon that people make. They assume that it's like the story of all Native Americans that ever lived or something like that. And there have been members of the church who have had that opinion, even leaders of the church. But the text doesn't necessitate that sort of an interpretation. And so if you were to talk with the Latter-day Saint scholars who kind of understand the book well and have studied the text and really analyzed this, what it is, it's a library of complex storylines, but there's this overall story of a group of First Temple Israelites from the tribe of Manasseh fleeing the coming destruction of Jerusalem by the Babylonians. And they have essentially a miraculous journey where they end up in this foreign land, and that we now know as the American continent. And over time, these refugees become participants in the civilization of the ancient Americas, forming their own sort of ethno-religious group that they call Nephites. And they preserve this sort of messianic tradition of their forefathers on metal plates. And then what they do is they distinguish between their group and everyone else, calling themselves Nephi. I'll actually read Jacob, in Jacob 1:14 from the Book of Mormon. Jacob says, "I shall not distinguish them by their names, but I shall call them Lamanites that seek to destroy the people of Nephi, and those who are friendly to Nephi I will call Nephites." So, and by the way, if this has tons of ancient precedent, the Jews, everyone else were Gentiles. For the Greeks, everyone else were Babylonians. So this sort of a dichotomy is set up. And this book culminates in this messianic, the prophecies of this messianic tradition coming true with the Messiah appearing and ministering to this group of this tradition that is continued amongst the peoples of the ancient Americas. And then it ultimately ends with this group's downfall and the records being hidden. Now, at a certain level, people can think that this is crazy, but for a Christian who believes in the scattering of the house of Israel, this is sort of a biblical thing, right? To say that in that scattering, somehow a messianic tradition was preserved in some far off land, far from Israel, again, maybe hard to believe, and I can see how people will say that, but also, like, it's not outside the realm of, if you're talking about the Exodus story and that kind of stuff, I don't think this falls outside of that
Noah
realm.
building a really large boat in order to, stay afloat a large mass of water for a considerable time. It's not unthinkable that people would potentially manage to sail to America.
Yes. And so the Christians that kind of laugh this off, and again, I always say, if you believe in the Bible and you take it seriously, there's no reason that you can't take this seriously as well. Another thing is, and you'll notice this, and anyone who reads it will notice it, the final rendering of the text of the Book of Mormon is clearly 19th century King James English. Now, that does not mean that the original people were talking like that. It's obviously in the vocabulary that was available to Joseph Smith.
Yes. So a few problems with that, though. Well, there are lots to say. I mean, you mentioned the Native Americans, which I think have an interesting relationship with Mormonism. But one straightforward thing is that the Book of Mormon seems to suggest that Native Americans descend from Israelites. They say that the Native Americans, the inhabitants of the Americas, were descended from that same Joseph who was enslaved in Egypt. Now, DNA evidence has shown that that's not the case. We know that Native Americans are not descended from Israelites, but the Book of Mormon says that they are. So, in the same way that you've got some interesting claims of Joseph Smith that are later shown archaeologically to be like, interesting, maybe some proof here, this seems to be something working in the opposite direction.
Yeah, and so this is where people bring a lot of assumptions to the text. If somebody, and anyone who has the idea that all Native Americans are descendants from Laman and Lemuel in the Book of Mormon, like, that's wrong. That's not true. Like, the DNA proves it. Like, sorry, that's not something that's going to work. But the text doesn't necessitate that is the case for all of them. This is the story of a group of refugee people who end up integrating into this society. Now, Laman and Lemuel are a group that break off from the main group. And eventually there's the idea in the text is that this group is, they begin to interact with the other people that are around, and they assume that those people are the descendants of Laman and Lemuel. Okay. Now, I believe that, is there some sort of connection amongst some peoples in the ancient Americas? Sure. But if you were to look, for example, there are great Latter-day Saint geneticists who have talked about this, and these are really well-respected geneticists. And what they point out is that, remember, a lot of people think DNA in like individual genetics, like O.J. Simpson trial or something, like that's a very different thing than population genetics. Okay. First of all, you have to identify a single family from a lost tribe in Israel from 3,000 years ago just to find out what you're looking for. This is what's called the founder effect. Then you have the problems of genetic drift over time. You also have population bottlenecks. Like, there were Africans from the Romans that were in Europe that show up in the historical records, but like aren't really part of the DNA of your average Briton. That doesn't mean that they weren't there.
But to say that the Native Americans are descendants of Joseph, particularly, like we know that Native Americans came from Asia, not from Israel. Like, is that like a problem for you? Does that give you sort of
so the church says that the descendants of the Book of Mormon are among the ancestors of the Native Americans, but not that they are and there used to be the idea that many members of the church did think that, but the text doesn't necessitate it. And when the evidence doesn't line up with something that isn't necessitated by the text of the book, well, then you make adjustments, right? You say, look, the text doesn't necessitate this, so why are we saying this if the text doesn't require that every Native American be a descendant from Laman and Lemuel, who are the members of the family, right? And there's, again, there's a rabbit hole you can go down where there's a lot there, but population genetics aren't as precise as a lot of people think they are. For instance, Ashkenazi Jews, a lot of them have no Near Eastern DNA at all. And so the genetic profile, for instance, Science Magazine in 2018 did a study on Iceland. And Iceland, like the most interesting, like you want to take a group of people that are just like isolated and in one place. They show that about 1,000 years ago, 70% of the genetic profile of the Icelanders back then is different than the Icelanders of today. So while this obviously is something that I'll put on the reasons to doubt side of the scale, to me, it's not like a defeater.
Sure.
Right?
Okay, so how about the 8 mentions of horses in the Book of Mormon as existing in the New World, when we know that horses did not exist in the New World at the time they were purported to by the Book of Mormon?
So in the Book of Mormon, you have anachronisms. Like, we all know that. What's really interesting is there are, and I'll get to the horses. I just want to kind of talk about anachronisms generally, because this is part of a bigger subject of there are anachronisms in the Book of Mormon. And we're like, yes, there are. But
So what do you mean by anachronisms in the Book of Mormon?
Anachronisms are things that shouldn't be there, for example. The Bible has anachronisms, for example. Talks about Tubal Cain making iron tools. That was before the Iron Age, right? So, or it talks about candlesticks in the English translation of the Bible, when candlesticks didn't exist in first century Palestine. Okay, these are things that don't exist, don't belong. Now, how there? So anachronisms can form because of two reasons. One is that they could just be an apparent anachronism. So it's something that we don't think is there, but actually is. So for example, there's been a bunch of these. There was in the 1960s, I think there was this giant list of anachronisms in the Book of Mormon. And since that time, due to more archaeological discoveries, I think like 70% of that list has shrunk. Like cement. They said there was no cement in the ancient Americas, and then they discovered it, right? So some of these are apparent. The other thing that you can have are what are known as a translator's anachronism. This is what happens with candlesticks. Candlesticks didn't exist in first century Palestine, but the word that best conveys it to the author is a candlestick. That's sort of the best thing you can do to convey the idea. And the Book of Mormon is not people should think of it as a translation that was done into King James English of the 19th century, according to the vocabulary available to Joseph Smith, as a functional translation, not like a tight word for word type of translation. If anyone has ever read, and this exists in the Bible already, like we have people who know of the Message Bible, like that is a functional translation. It sort of paraphrases, summarizes, and tells the story that's in the Bible, but it does it in a way that is meant to talk to a modern audience in terms and ideas that they understand. So if you understand the Book of Mormon's translation to be a revealed translation for our day into language that would have been compelling to a 19th century and modern audience, then a lot of these issues become much smaller issues. I'm not going to say they're not there. I'm not going to say they aren't. Again, if you have reasons to believe and reasons to doubt, like there are reasons to doubt. But if I can for a second, I want to go over some of the reasons I believe.
I wanted to just, because I know I'm sort of throwing these criticisms at you, but since we're on this archaeological point, you mentioned before about the names, the names that sort of show up.
Yes.
So Joseph Smith, or rather the Book of Mormon, mentions names which we didn't think existed, and then they're later discovered to have existed. How do you discover that these names exist? Do we like find texts or what?
Yes. So what's happened is and there are Latter-day Saint scholars that have kind of looked for this, because we know we have these names in the Book of Mormon. We're like, okay, well, were these just made up? And they'll go and look, and they will find some of these names in other ancient sources that you find that they were discovered in some text that came out in the, in the 1960s, or in like the Nag Hammadi library and things. So,
and how much of these are just like portmanteaus, just like putting together of different names and sort of coming up with plausible sounding names, especially given that I don't know how many names it is that are mentioned in the Book of Mormon that we don't think exist, but if there's a lot of them, and then we start to discover that a handful of them are actually attested in historical documents, that wouldn't be a surprise to me if the names that are being invented are oftentimes just like expansions or combinations of, known Hebrew names,
Yeah, no, and you'd have to look at the specifics of those. It still would be interesting to me that a farmer with a third grade education on the American frontier is all of a sudden coming up with names that even has the ability to put these together in such a way that it would work. Like if I wanted you to go out and try and do this, that would be challenging. And I want to see there's a there's a part of this that, again, to put the evidence on the other side of the scale. Okay. All right. Joseph is able to produce 8 single-space pages a day for 2.5 months in a stream of consciousness dictation, produce in one draft this complex set of stories so let me actually go back 1 second. You have in this book, calendar systems, overlapping timelines, consistent, complex genealogies, chiastic poetry, psalms, integrated biblical prophecies, novel theology, Hebrew customs like covenant renewal festivals, ancient legal procedures, authentic sacrifice rituals. There's even so here's a really interesting one. Have you heard anything about Nahum?
I don't think. I mean, I've heard it, but I don't know where you're going with it.
So Joseph Smith apparently just predicts that there's this place in the Near East called Nahum.
Yeah, this is the sort of lush place.
No, actually, it's not the lush place. That's another place that is also predicted. So
this is the one with the name, right? This is
yes, the name.
I tell you what. Why don't you tell the story?
Yeah. So in the book of First Nephi, by the way, I like to ask Christians: is there better evidence for the book of First Nephi archaeologically, or for the book of Exodus?
Snap.
And the reality is, and the reality is that in the book of First Nephi, it talks about this place called Nahum.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Nahum shows up basically exactly where the book says it's going to be. It wasn't discovered until the 20th century. It is a place of burials. It comes from the right time. It's a place of burials. This matters because in the story, they bury Ishmael there. And by the way, they've actually found graves there with the name Ishmael on it from that time period, not saying that it is the guy. And then it says that due east of Nahum, after they went to this place called Nahum, they went due east to the coast. And they came to this place and they called it Bountiful because it had a lush climate, iron ore, fruit trees, wild honey, lumber for building a boat. There's all these things that it describes. And what's wild is in the 20th century, they discover Nahum exists. And guess what happens if you go exactly east of Nahum? You discover a place that has all of these elements. They've had 12 separate elements that they found in this location that correspond exactly to what what the Book of Mormon says.
Now,
so go ahead.
Why do you think that this site discovered is the Nahum of the Book of Mormon?
It's in the right place. It's in the right time. It's
but
a
how
place
do you know
of
the
burial.
right place? Because as far as I understand, there's no consensus amongst LDS scholars where the events of the Book of Mormon took place.
So there isn't a consensus on where it took place once they arrived in the New World. But there is essentially a consensus about where the events in the Old World took place, according to that story. And the thing is that these places weren't like, it's not like Joseph, who's living in the middle of the nowhere on the frontier of the United States, has these maps with like all of these detailed things. And in fact, my understanding is, and I could be wrong, that this was essentially undiscovered until the 20th century in any meaningful way.
Now, how precise is the description? Like when you say that there's this other place due east of Nahum, does it say how far? Does it say it's 2 days traveled, or is it just sort of?
They don't give the direct travel or how long it takes them for that area in particular, but there is another part where they describe going 3 days south journey from where the borders of the Red Sea are. So this is when they initially leave, and they say they come to a river. And there is a place where there's a river that goes into the Red Sea at that place, 60 miles south of Aqaba in Jordan. And even there's a description given that there's this analogy that's given that there's a great valley there. And Lehi says that he wishes that his son was sturdy like this valley. And when you actually go to the location, there are these giant stone walls of this very narrow valley that go right along with it. So when you start adding all of these things up, there's this argument to absurdity that I like to make. And if I could just have a minute, I want to kind of lay it out, because I think when it
Sure.
all comes together, any one of these things can be picked apart. But when you put them all together, something really weird emerges. Like for you, Alex, you're a smart guy. Let's say that I wanted you to, for the next 2.5 months, to write 8 single-page pages a day, in a single draft, come up with 200 characters with plausible Hebrew names, with 12 of them then being discovered. I want you to predict undiscovered locations in the Near East. I want you to have 12 elements of one of those locations actually correspond to the location that you just made up. You have to have 19 different voices in this text that you produce. You have to have chiastic poetry, novel theology. You have to somehow make fake plates and then convince 19 people to go to their death saying that an angel was involved in giving them this. You have to have 4 of these people, say that an angel and report the same sort of experience and be willing to suffer persecution for it. And not only that, here's the weird thing. This book has to become the most influential religious book since the Quran. Tens of millions of people have to regard this as the word of God. Now, I'm just going to stop and say, I'm not saying that this proves anything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying that it's really weird. This kind of stuff doesn't happen every day. And not only that, there's one other part of this. This book has to have an incredibly powerful sort of spiritual effect on people. Okay? Latter-day Saints are 7 times more likely, or they give 7 times more volunteer work to their community than your average American. They're 4 to 6 times, they give 4 to 6 times more to nonprofits than your average American. Sociologically, Latter-day Saints are more likely to be college educated than the general population. They live 7 years longer on average, which is wild. And that isn't just because of the smoking thing, by the way, and drinking stuff. They've been shown to have better physical health on average, better mental health on average. They are, according to Pew, the University of Pennsylvania, Gallup, USA Today, in the happiness surveys that they've done on different religious groups, Latter-day Saints are near the top. For the Christians out there, Latter-day Saints pray more than any other Christian group with their families. They study the Bible more with their families than any other Christian group. Their marriages last 3 to 5 times, or they're 3 to 5 times less likely to end in divorce. They have more children than any other religious group in America. It's weird. Whatever this is, it's weird.
Well, give me 3 months and I'll give it a go.
I know, right?
See what I can come up with.
One last thing on this. Okay. Imagine I came up to you and I had a pill. And I said, Alex, take this pill. And you're like, well, where'd you get it from? And I said, an angel gave it to me. You're just going to be like, you're going to think it's ridiculous. Now let's change this analogy around. Let's say that there's this pill that people start to take and it just changes them. Let's say that there is a prison. You give it to all the prisoners in there and the prison just turns into this, like, they're all kind to each other. They just help one another. Like, that would be really weird. And then you come to the person and say, this crazy pill, where'd you get it from? And you say, an angel gave it to me. Like, now there's a side where you go, wait, what? Like, when you had your conversation with Jordan Peterson, you like, that is what's going on with Jordan. See, Jordan is looking at the Christian story and he's going, this story has built the entire world that I know. And it's so incredibly powerful. And then you're there going, yeah, but Jordan, like, remember, he said he got it from an angel. Like, do you really believe that Jesus walked out of that tomb? And Jordan is going, I think it probably did. And I'm the same way. I'm looking at this going, this is an incredible story. It's really weird. I'm almost tempted to believe it.
Yeah, I'm not particularly moved by these kinds of sociological approaches. I think that's more likely to work on somebody who takes that line of thought when talking about something like Christianity, like the Petersons or the Ayaan Hirsi Ali types out there. For me, it does say something. Like, it's at the very least, it's not disconfirming, if you know what I mean. Like, if it did make people worse, or it sort of had no effect or something, that would be disconfirming evidence. So it gets the tick in the box that it doesn't do that. It's complicated because, of course, it's not unthinkable to me that there would be a religion that is invented, essentially, which happens to just make everybody's lives better in these ways. That wouldn't prove its truth. Mm-hmm. Coupled together with the interesting story about the plates and the witnesses and stuff, you're right. You sort of have to look at it holistically. And like you say, you're not looking to establish the truth of Mormonism today, but it's something for people to think about. And I don't know how much of an effect it will have on other people. For me, these sociological approaches are interesting, but don't say that much more than
Well-
how successful sociologically a religion is.
Well, and that's kind of why at the beginning I said, look, for an atheist that's approaching this, you have to approach this from the fact that it's sort of like, hey, it's just a sociological curiosity. But if you are a believer in the Lord Jesus Christ, they asked Jesus, well, how will we know like if someone's an actual prophet?
By their fruits.
By their fruits. He says, by this shall men know that ye are my disciples, if ye have love one unto another. It isn't if you have the proper Trinitarian formulation.
Yeah.
Like these people who know the Bible super well and have these families, like they're going to hell. I'm not asking anyone to just listen to what I'm saying and be like, oh, this is obviously true. Like, look at this great evidence. Like you've said, it's a spiritual experience that ultimately pushes us over the edge. But that doesn't mean that there's nothing to this that can be argued, especially from the perspective of a Christian with sort of those Christian presuppositions that miracles are real, that Christ calls prophets, that by their fruits ye shall know them. Like,
yep.
I think these things have to be paid attention to.
Now, having said all of that, there are some points of criticism that I think are important for us to address before we end the podcast today. Firstly, what language is the Book of Mormon written in on the golden plates?
So the book talks about, again, the words that Joseph Smith comes up with to describe it in his translation is something like a Reformed Egyptian.
Reformed Egyptian. So it's some kind of, it's like analogous to Egyptian hieroglyphics.
Not necessarily. Again, I don't want to make too many claims about exactly what this is, how this language works. I'm not a linguist. There are Latter-day Saint linguists that have definitely talked about this. But again, Reformed Egyptian is about as far as I can go with it.
Now, as you say, we have some descriptions about the physical characteristics of the plates. We know sort of roughly how big they were. We know like the size of the plates, and of course, we also know how much information was put on the golden plates because we have our English translation. Of course, it wasn't written in English on the plates, but we know like the amount of information. Mm-hmm. Given what we know about the size of the plates, and given that there are 269,320 words of the English Book of Mormon that Joseph Smith recited, translated, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen estimates that if you had sort of 50 to 100 plates, which seems like a reasonable estimate. I mean, would you agree that there were probably between 50 and 100 golden plates?
I actually wouldn't. You're bringing up how could all of this information had fit onto those plates?
Yes, because you're going to say that they're much thinner.
So there actually have been people who have studied this pretty in depth.
Okay.
And there are absolutely ways that it could have fit on it within the thickness of known alloys that would be used for this sort of thing.
So to be clear, like if you look at another example of a metal plate, and this is something that Trent Horn brings up in his debate to you, he mentions the metal plates of Darius, which are written in a few different languages. They're written in Old Persian, they're written in Akkadian,
Mm-hmm.
they're written in some other language that I can't pronounce, Elamite, and each plate contains around 200 English words. Like in translation, we get about 200 English words per plate, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are 270,000 words in the Book of Mormon. So obviously it's a different language that we're talking about here, but if that is the kind of information density that we tend to find in these sort of symbolic languages, it is difficult to imagine how somebody would take 270,000 words and fit them onto golden plates that, like, you know, were sort of off the size described. It seems like you have to have like entire paragraphs represented by like singular symbols.
Yeah, I would say that I would dispute the number of. I would have to point you to people that have actually made videos on this. I actually have one on my channel. I don't
Okay.
have it off the top of my head, some of the research on this, but when you actually take the thickness of the plates and change it to the number of plates that would have been available, they were described as being as thin as like pliable paper. So they were very thin in according to the descriptions from the witnesses. And when you take into account how small the text could be made, like it doesn't rule this out. And then there's another aspect to this that people have talked about as I think a possibility. If this is a revealed translation, there's nothing in there that can't expand certain ideas that are in the original text.
Yep.
Blake Ostler, who's a great scholar, Latter-day Saint scholar, has a paper about the expansion theory around the Book of Mormon, that some of this may have been expanded ideas that exist. So again, yes, I put this in the, okay, this is sort of an interesting puzzle, but I don't think that it's something that sort of comes away showing that it's impossible. I think people
Well, it would have to
overstate their
be
claim.
it would have to be an incredible document, right? And I don't know much about this. I mean, I haven't read the Book of Mormon, and I knew nothing about Mormonism until we met fairly recently in Los Angeles. So, yeah, we're sort of learning on the spot here. But as far as I understand it, like this is just the golden plates are written accounts of the people who had fled Jerusalem, and they end up burying these plates somewhere. And so, like, the writing of the plates isn't itself like a miraculous occurrence. This is just a people writing down in their language the events of their lives. And so if we did end up happening that if it did happen that this occurred on these incredibly thin golden plates, which we don't really find anywhere else. We find plates, but we don't find them that thin. We don't find that much information put onto that size of plates. It would have to be this like remarkable and unique set of texts at the very least, right?
To a certain degree. There again, some of the stuff that you're bringing up, I know it's been disputed because I've seen apologetics on this subject. I don't have them here, but like there are texts that are extremely small in the ancient world that they would do. Also, the thickness of the plates, you can make certain things like tumbaga that they've talked about that can be made extremely thin. It's just one of those things again that, yeah, sure, I can see why this would be a challenge, but it's one that when I stack up all the other things,
Sure.
I end up in this situation where it's like, look, yeah, I have reasons to doubt, but if I'm trying to account for all of it, I also have to try and account for all these reasons that I believe. And a lot of those reasons, there is evidentiary stuff there, as I've kind of talked about, which again, people can debate and dispute, but I think that there's like ultimately like with any Christian, for example, talking about various things, there are reasons to believe, there are reasons to doubt, and I think that we have a strong case, as strong as any Christian case, and then there is sort of the effect that this has on sort of a spiritual level, right?
Yeah. So I'm not gonna. Yeah, I don't want to put you on the spot. And if you send me after this a link to the video that you have or other videos discussing this, I'll put it in the description, because I think this will be important to people, because it's one of it's an interesting sort of physical dispute, right? Like there's things that we can learn. We can discover how ancient plates were inscribed. We can discover how thin you can realistically cut gold and it still be legible. We can discover ancient languages and how they condense information.
And just to be clear, like the plates had an appearance of gold. There's the idea that they are actually like 24 karat solid gold. That is not what we believe about that. Just
interesting. Okay, yeah, that's instructive too. I think that's useful. But I did want to ask, because I'd want to see some like really miraculous kind of evidence, and the kind of stuff you're talking about, like places being described and showing up. Given that we have this community of hundreds of thousands of people, ancient people, Nephites, living in like early America, like pre-Columbian America, for years, hundreds of thousands of people. Speaking,
I don't know that I would go that far. Again, there are some assumptions in there that people make that this group was enormously huge, right? It's kind of like with the book of Exodus, right? Like how many Israelites were there in the Sinai Peninsula? To say that there is some level of exaggeration in some of the stories, like I think that that's totally a possibility. Also, where did it happen? There's disputes about that.
Mm-hmm.
The reality is that we know very little about sort of ancient Mesoamerican civilization. To quote a particular scholar who George Stewart, when he was asked by National Geographic about the ancient Mayan civilization, for example. By the way, the Maya weren't like one people. It's like a general geographic ancient group that lived. He said, we hardly know anything about the Maya.
Mm-hmm.
There's almost 6,000 archaeological sites, and we've dug at like 40 of them. We're just at the beginning of the archaeology in this part of the world. Edwin Barnhart reported that, they've done like less than 1% of Mesoamerica has really been studied. And in the jungle areas, like, there's not much there. So I wouldn't expect that like we're gonna find all of this stuff.
Yeah. So to be clear, we haven't none of the following, as far as I'm aware, have been found. Any archaeological evidence for these ancient civilizations living in the Americas. No inscriptions of Hebrew or anything like Reformed Egyptian anywhere in America. Like if we found a Hebrew inscription, just a single Hebrew inscription somewhere in ancient America, that would be pretty extraordinary and pretty extraordinary evidence.
There are some disputed finds that are out there on that. I'm not going to weigh in on them because I don't know enough about them. But I also know that the Book of Mormon, again, there's an assumption here that the lingua franca of the people in the Book of Mormon was some sort of Hebrew or Egyptian. That's actually not what the text indicates.
Okay.
The text itself indicates that the record keepers kept a particular language that they would use for the record keeping that was not the language of the people. And it says that the language of the people was deeply corrupted and changed over time. That's what the text actually says. It would be like if somebody came, 10,000 years from now, and they came to the Americas, and they're like, we don't find Cajuns anywhere. We just find this thing about Americans and World War II and all that, like not realizing that Cajuns were a subset group that actually came from another land in Canada and were like an ethno-tradition within that culture. And I think that is the better way for people to understand it.
Yes, I see what you're saying. Worth pointing out, these are some of the criticisms that people put forward. And worth pointing out as well that I'll miss criticisms here. Like I will miss that there will be ex-Mormons screaming at the screen saying...
Oh, for sure. There's a lot.
I hope to do an okay job, and continuing in that vein, the main areas that I want to talk about in the time that we have remaining are, I think I have 3 points of criticism, which are probably the most, not just the most common critiques of Mormonism, but also probably the critiques that give people the most pause for thought as Mormons. These are the kinds of things which cause Mormons to leave the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Perhaps the most maybe not the most famous, but the most talked about at the moment, the most sort of hot topic, is that in 1835, there is a traveling mummy exhibition. Somebody's discovered a bunch of ancient hieroglyphics and mummies, and they're touring them around. And Joseph Smith meets this dealer and decides to purchase, I think, a couple of mummies and some Egyptian hieroglyphics, because he identifies that these Egyptian hieroglyphics are in fact what he calls the Book of Abraham. That is a story written by Abraham about like his early life. And this is an extraordinary find, right? Like a new biography of the patriarch Abraham. And so he takes these hieroglyphics and he miraculously translates them, because, we were just beginning to discover how to translate hieroglyphics. The Rosetta Stone had been discovered, but on a different continent, and most people didn't know how to read these hieroglyphics. So Joseph Smith starts translating these in 1835 and pens what becomes the Book of Mormon, which is now still part of Mormon scripture, right? It's part of the Pearl of Great Price, which is part of your scriptural canon. The problem is that we thought we lost the papyri that Joseph Smith had bought in the Great Chicago Fire, whenever that was, in the 1800s, I forget exactly, but it was assumed that the papyri had been lost to time, but we still had Joseph Smith's translation. But then, in the 20th century, I think, the Metropolitan Museum of Art discovers that in their vaults they have some of the Joseph Smith papyri, and they
And
identify them as such,
I
and
want to point
they
something
notify the
out
LDS
though.
Church. Hmm.
I want to point something out though here.
Hmm.
I want to make sure that you recognize that you said they found some of the
Yep.
papyri. Okay, so this is one of the things, is that people believe that we have all of the papyri that Joseph Smith originally had, and that actually is not the case, because there was papyri that was lost in that fire, so far as the records indicate.
Hmm. So now we can translate Egyptian hieroglyphics, and Egyptologists look at the Joseph Smith papyri and they recognize them almost immediately as basic funerary rites. In other words, having nothing to do with Abraham, not mentioning Abraham, not even coming close to saying anything about Abraham. And so the
Mhm.
problem here is that the Book of Abraham has been translated by Joseph Smith from hieroglyphics. And when we discover those hieroglyphics, the ones that Joseph Smith actually owned, and we look at them, there is zero mention of Abraham. You've already just preempted there one of the responses that LDS members give to this, but will you at least admit at the beginning that this is one of the big factors in causing Mormons to question the validity of the scriptural tradition?
For sure, for sure. I often say that the Book of Abraham is probably the biggest one. My issue though is that it can be exaggerated. It's a highly debated
Mm-hmm.
topic, and people make claims about it that aren't correct. So first of all, they say, well, we found the source text of the Book of Abraham. It doesn't match. It's over. False translation. First of all, that's just not true, because we don't know if we have the source text of the Book of Abraham. What we have actually are, two things. There's the text of the Book of Abraham itself, and then there are the facsimiles, or sort of like drawings that accompanied it. Okay,
Yep.
so within these facsimiles, um, they are so it's the difference of the analogy I like to use is like a children's book, right? So imagine you have the children's book, but the text has been torn away. You don't have that, but you do have on the left a drawing, and you need to interpret that drawing. Now, Joseph did offer interpretations of those drawings, okay? And those interpretations that he offered don't match entirely with the Egyptological understanding of those texts or of those
Mm.
drawings. However, he did get several things right, which is really interesting, because he should have gotten nothing right, such as the crocodile, the water that's underneath is the heavens above. There are these boxes near the bottom that he said were the pillars of heaven. That is actually the proper Egyptological interpretation. There's these 4 jars in one of them, or 4 figures that he says are the 4 quarters of the earth, and that is actually correct. So
Yep.
there are things that he gets right in it, but there are things that he does not get right that contradict the Egyptological interpretation. And so, what are we to make of that? Well, first of all, there needs to be an understanding that these drawings come from the 2nd century BC. This is during the period of Hellenization, where there was a lot of mixing of Egyptian religion with other religious traditions. And so there's sort of this mixing of iconography that can happen in those situations, that we know did happen in those situations. Even Jesus's story, for instance, about Abraham and Lazarus.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shoot, I can't remember what it was from. In the story of Lazarus and the rich man, I think that's Luke 16. Yeah, that's what it is. There's a mixture. That's actually an Egyptian story that Jesus is utilizing, and he's using Abraham, for example, as he's actually replacing Osiris in the original story. So in the original story, Abraham isn't Abraham, it's Osiris, and Jesus is using an Egyptian story to tell this, to give this parable. So there was a mixing of that. So the analogy I like to use to kind of explain this is, imagine that you had a group of Christians that were living in India, and they began to use Hindu iconography to tell an uh, Hindu iconography to tell Christian stories. So, like, let's say you have a boat, and in it there's these 12 cows, and Vishnu is walking on the water. Like, you could see how a Christian would look at that and say, this is the story of Vishnu, right? or I'm sorry, no, this is the story of Jesus walking on the water. But a Hebrew expert would look at that and say, no, you got it wrong. That's Vishnu. So that is one of the challenges that you run into when you're trying to analyze this, because you're not interpreting the text, you're interpreting sort of what do these drawings mean to the people that are looking at the drawings.
Sure. So the Joseph Smith papyri that we have, that we know that Joseph Smith owned, and we know were part of the papyri collection from which he translated the Book of Abraham, contains facsimile 1. Like we have the actual facts, the image, this drawing that you're talking about. We actually have one of these in the papyri that we know that Joseph Smith owned, that we know did end up in the Book of Abraham. That first facsimile is interpreted by Joseph Smith as depicting Abraham sacrificing Isaac. And I tell you what, we'll put it on screen so that people can see it.
It actually isn't Abraham sacrificing Isaac. It's the story of Abraham being sacrificed by the Egyptians, or an attempt to sacrifice him, which actually is corresponding not only to the Book of Abraham, but it also corresponds to ancient apocryphal works that Joseph Smith had no access to.
Okay. So my mistake about what it represented there, but it does represent Abraham being sacrificed. That's what you're saying, or attempting.
Correct. Abraham, not Isaac. Correct.
Now, Egyptologists interpret this as a standard Egyptian funerary scene known as a lion couch scene, right? You also agree with that? And this depicts a deceased person being embalmed, or resurrection, I would say by the god Anubis.
And again, yes, but I would also dispute that there is a great debate on how standard this particular one is. So this is something that's actually pretty disputed, at least amongst Latter-day Saint scholars. I'm not an Egyptologist here. So one of the challenges I have with this is I have to defer ultimately to experts in this field. But I know that there is some debate about how standard of a funerary text, or I'm sorry, how standard this lion couch scene is. And also, a lion couch scene that would be normally typical could also be interpreted differently depending on the context, right? So it's a tough one, because we don't know how the people that were looking at this image would have interpreted it specifically. There's a lot of assumptions that are being made about that.
Okay, but so as in the Book of Abraham, chapter 1, verse 12, so like right near the beginning, it says, and that you may know, and that you may have knowledge of this altar, something he was just describing, I will refer you to the representation at the commencement of this record. In other words, referring people to the facsimile at the beginning of this record. So if we have the Joseph Smith papyri with the facsimile, and we know that Joseph Smith papyri doesn't mention Abraham, then given that in the very first chapter of the Book of Abraham, it says, well, I'll refer you to the image at the beginning of this text. Surely we know that Joseph Smith is mistranslating this Egyptian papyrus, right?
I would push back with this. I would say it doesn't necessarily mean that the text that's being translated refers to the same, like the images are part of the exact same text. So there is some disconnect there. With that in mind, there is another way people go. I am agnostic, by the way, on the two theories to account for the Book of Abraham. Okay, there are two. One is that we were missing the papyri that he originally translated from, and with what you had just brought up, there is the theory is, if you're going to go with the missing scroll theory, that this record at the beginning, the facsimile, that it doesn't necessarily have to be connected to the exact same papyri that the record comes from. Okay,
sure. But then before talking about the second response here, does that mean that we're sort of supposed to believe on this idea that, like, there is this text, this Egyptian record that begins with this inscription of Abraham, like a drawing, a facsimile of Abraham, and then is just like a random, unrelated funerary text, and then gives a biography of Abraham afterwards? Like, it seems very strange to me that even if there was this missing papyrus that was part of this text, that, I mean, that it would make sense if, like, the thing that we discovered, it wasn't the Book of Abraham, but it was some kind of religious thing, or it's some kind of, priestly ordinance or something, but it is just a standard Egyptian funerary text. It's like a sort of bog standard Egyptian text. And yet that is what I'm supposed to think was like the preface of the book of Abraham, with
Well,
the
and
facsimile
I
of
don't
Abraham
remember.
being on top of that random funerary rite.
This is also something that Joseph Smith himself could be interjecting into this, an expansion of what the text is, like he's interjecting his own commentary into this. So I don't,
Into a
there are
funerary text?
multiple. No, meaning like he's saying, refer to the record at the beginning of this. That
Oh,
is,
so that's Joseph Smith saying that, maybe.
that's sort of a Joseph Smith interjection. I'm not saying that is the
Okay,
case
okay.
here. So
But it
the
could be, yeah, yeah.
reality is here is that I agree that there are challenges that you have to deal with, right?
Mhm.
And there are other interpretations of this. This is a widely debated subject. Like I have a hard time with it because I don't have a strong position on the Book of Abraham, and exactly what theory best accounts for it. But I do know that one other theory is that it's a catalyst theory. This is that Joseph Smith himself was, he found these and they inspired him to have a revelation that he believed was connected with these, but it wasn't, but the Lord still wanted to bring that forward. Now that has its own issues and things, the catalyst theory.
For
But
example, don't we
so
have Joseph
why not
Smith?
just,
Uh-huh. Sorry, carry on.
I was just going to say, like, why does anyone believe this? Right? Like, why would anyone not just write this off? Well, the book itself, again, within 7 pages, has all sorts of really fascinating things that, if you're going to account for the reasons to doubt the book, you also need to account for the reasons to believe in it. Like,
Sure.
the book mentions the plains of Olishem. And then after Joseph Smith's death, archaeologists discover an Akkadian ruler named Naram Sin, who refers to an area that essentially is referred to as the plains of Olishem.
When you say essentially?
I mean that so it has all of the phonetic. So in Hebrew, here's one of the challenges. In Hebrew, the vowels, like, they're not there in the script. It's just the consonants. So in other words, the best you can get when analyzing these things are the consonants. And so the consonants that Joseph has in this text match in the right place, in the right time, and in the right location as an actual place in the Near East. Like, he hits it.
Sure.
He talks about gods like Elkanah, Shinha. These, again, show up in actual ancient records from that time. Ancient apocryphal stories. Like, one of the big things that happens in the book of Abraham is that you have Abraham is an astronomer whose father is an idolater. And these are found in ancient apocryphal works that Joseph had no access to. So it's sort of, again, this argument from like, look, okay, I get that there's some challenges here, but I also want to turn to people and say, look, if you can't account for these other things, something weird is going on here. And what's funny is we don't even know that we have the source text for the book of Abraham. So real quick, like, we do have the source text for another book that nobody ever talks about, and that is the book of Enoch, which was found, by the way, part of the Dead Sea Scrolls has a bunch of Enochic literature in it.
Yep.
Okay. And so it's sort of like, if anyone wants to talk about the book of Abraham, I always want to be like, yeah, that's fine. I'll acknowledge the challenges. But then I want to say, but why is it that the book of Enoch, where we do have the source text, matches the translation that Joseph gave? Down into crazy details, like the name Mahijah. Like, just, yeah, it's the name Mahijah. Just throw the name in there.
So Joseph, tell me about this, Joseph Smith translating this text?
So the book of Enoch shows up in part of the Pearl of Great Price known as the book of Moses. It's sort of a rendering of the book of Genesis by Joseph Smith. And as he renders it, as part of this rendering, he doesn't have the actual text there. That's the other thing. He's like, Joseph provided renderings. The word translation is used, but the word rendering is probably better. He provides these renderings for the book of Abraham, which many people believe is a catalyst through the papyri. That's fine. I can accept that. But with Enoch, it's interesting because he says, I'm rendering excerpts from the prophecy of Enoch. And what happens is that there are all of these parallels. There's 22 different themes identified by scholars that correspond in crazy specific ways to the book of Enoch that we've discovered since Joseph Smith. There was a one last thing, if I could just hit it.
So what
Because I
does he
think
translate it from?
he just received it by revelation.
Right.
See,
Okay.
he received a Joseph. All of Joseph's translations were through revelation. Okay, they weren't like he went through and like picked apart the text.
Yeah,
Okay,
importantly,
and
when he translated the Book of Mormon, he didn't just read the golden plates. He put a seer stone, which is a kind of special stone, inside of his hat, put his head into the hat, and then the stone sort of glowed or reflected words, and
but we
that's
don't.
what he read out.
And we don't know exactly what was going on inside the hat, obviously. We know that the reports from those who were there said that he put translators inside of the hat, and then he would put his head inside of the hat, and then he would dictate the Book of Mormon, which is crazy because he produces a 17-item chiasm that is absolutely beautiful with his head in the hat.
That's in Alma 36, right?
Correct. Now, real quick,
And
just the Book of Enoch thing, as we're
sure.
jumping around real quick. I want to get this one out because I think it's super fascinating. Cirillo Salvatore is an expert on on Enochic literature. And so he did a master's thesis on Joseph Smith's rendering of this text. And he said, he was looking at these parallels, and he said, individually, these parallels may appear small, but when viewed together and added to the variety of other parallels and substantial similarities and taken within context, these comparisons prove substantial similarities between the Book of Enoch and Joseph's Book of Moses, which is beyond dispute. So he didn't even dispute. His whole paper is saying Joseph must have had the Book of Enoch literature.
Access to the Book of Enoch,
the parallels were so powerful. So again,
Wait,
I want to say
that is possible that he could have just had access to Enochic literature.
That is a really debated topic because it didn't. I think the first Enochic sort of translations into English that existed came in like 1821 and were in England, and so trying to connect this to
it's like just about plausible, but it's not like obviously the case.
Well, not until you get into some of the books that aren't part of First Enoch. There's later Enochic literature that he has correspondences to that are not connected to what he produces. Regardless, I come away from this and I go, all right, you have reasons to doubt. But unless people also, and everyone talks about the reasons to doubt. That's what's all online. Like, we get it. We've heard it 1,000 times. But nobody talks about the Enochic literature. Nobody talks about Nahum or undiscovered names or the immense sociological effects. Now, for an atheist, again, I can totally see that there is this idea that this is, of course, this is all false. It's part of the religious craziness of religion. But for a Christian, there seems to be a double standard here. Where all of a sudden, I always tell people, you want to get a Christian to start talking like an atheist, bring up Mormonism. And all of a sudden, witnesses don't matter. And archaeology is the only game in town and all that kind of stuff.
Right. I see what you mean. And I do think that is true. I think it's an interesting thing to see. But at the same time, while there is a lot of interesting, potentially confirming evidence of Mormonism, for me, if there is an important enough fly in that ointment, it's enough to sort of bring the whole thing down like a house of cards. And you've got to understand how it sounds to me to hear that you've got a guy who claims to translate some Egyptian hieroglyphics. We discover the papyri that he owned. It doesn't remotely match. And then the response is kind of like, there was probably another bit that did have a biography of Abraham, or maybe he read this funerary text and somehow use that as a catalyst to get some revelation about the biography of Abraham's early life.
I fully know what you're saying and what that sounds like. Like, I'm not here saying the Book of Abraham is the reason that I believe the Joseph Smith story. It's on the side of the scale of reasons to doubt. It's one of, I would probably say,
people just give it up. Yeah.
You're right.
I mean,
I fully acknowledge that.
This is a point of dispute that you had with Cameron Batuzzi recently. We have evidence that Joseph Smith putting the text of the Book of Abraham alongside the hieroglyphics, attempting to sort of match up the hieroglyphics with the Book of Abraham as we know it, showing us that the hieroglyphics we know are wrong were connected to the Book of Abraham that we have today.
So the what we have are known as the Egyptian alphabet and grammar document, which is a document that there was. See, it's a very complicated story because we know even before they got the Egyptian documents, W. Phelps, who was an associate of Joseph Smith and also has worked as a scribe sometimes along with some others, he was working on a sort of like reverse engineering ancient texts to try and discover this undiscovered language. Okay, this original human language. That was a project that he was involved in. And Joseph, to some extent, was certainly, I think, involved in that project. However, what we have is records, and again, this is a whole rabbit hole you can go into with a lot of stuff, but the basic thing is W. Phelps was involved in this project, and we do have evidence that he was involved in taking the text from the Book of Abraham and trying to revert what I believe was reverse engineer the rendering that Joseph gave through Revelation to try and connect it to his sort of project to try and figure out what this original human language is. And so anyone who wants to sort of account for this and say Joseph Smith was the one who produced these documents, they have to deal with the fact that it is with the fact that Phelps was already involved prior to the translation of the Book of Abraham in this sort of project to decode ancient languages. And so it's perfectly plausible in my mind to say that Phelps took what Joseph had rendered and then went back to see if he could figure out how to make it all work.
So do we have the Book of Abraham in English with hieroglyphics attempting to match up next to it in Joseph Smith's handwriting?
No. What we do have is we have a document that Joseph is in Joseph's handwriting that takes some of the characters from it and then tries to decode them. Not so you do have like in the document we're talking about, people can watch my video on it. I released a video on this in response to Cameron Bertuzzi, is on the left-hand side, or you have Joseph Smith's handwriting. You have characters that are from the papyri that he had, but the things on the right-hand side aren't the Book of Abraham. They are other things. We do later have a document in W. Phelps' handwriting that has the Book of Abraham and some of these characters. But on the initial one, we don't. And as Cameron even said in his video, one of the problems with this, Joseph never claimed that he used some sort of secular method to give any of his translations. So why would he try and do this decoding work? It seems much more plausible in the historical record that what's going on here is that Joseph is assisting his friend W. Phelps in his pre-existing thing to try and see if they can take what he had received by revelation to try and reverse engineer the process.
Yeah, unfortunately, I just don't know enough about the evidence here of what text we're looking at. I mean, in Cameron's video, he put something on screen and you respond and say, that's not actually the Book of Abraham. And it's difficult for me to attempt to decode. I'm sure that there will be people who can do a better job at that than me, but it's something that's worth addressing. And also, as you recognize, this does cause a lot of people a lot of concern. And I can understand it because although, doesn't Joe, how many scrolls, what does the LDS Church have in its collection? What it got from the Met in terms of the Joseph Smith papyri?
I'm not sure. I think it's you'd have to look again. I would.
Joseph Smith says, that
and
there
I don't want to
two
try and dodge this.
right? As far as I'm aware, Joseph Smith says that there are two scrolls, and I'm not sure how much the Met
there are
had.
Well, no, there's talk of long scrolls and then fragments of scrolls. I don't know. Again, as you get deeper into the weeds on this, I'm just not the guy to do the full depth analysis into all of it. This is a rabbit hole that is as deep as you can go. And again, it's more for the sake of time than anything else because we are getting close here to my heart out. But what I want to say is that I fully acknowledge the Book of Abraham can cause reasons for people to doubt. There are explanations that are given that I think provide a way to say this isn't a defeater. Like you said, if there's a fly in the ointment that's sufficiently big enough, it kind of wrecks the whole thing. Like I agree with that. But I believe that there are ways to deal with it, but I don't think people do deal with are the other evidences that exist. And so the entire conversation ends up being about those things without dealing with these other things, right? Like I could turn to you, Alex, right now, and I could say, explain why Joseph knew what Mahijah was,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
Yeah, I
And
see what you're saying.
and I could put, and so like if you can't explain that, it's like, well, then there's no explanation.
Yeah, I
And
think
that
it's worth people looking into for themselves. And also, I do
great.
want to flag these things, and I'd like to do a more in-depth episode on something like the Book of Abraham. But I also want to frame this as an introduction to Mormonism, right? Like, I don't want people to necessarily come away from this thinking this has been some attempt at a debate or something. I'd be the last person on earth to ask to do that. But worth pointing out, and if people like in the comments I'm sure like one of the top voted comments underneath this video is going to be some kind of response on this Book of Abraham stuff. So please do discuss it down below. And if there's an ability, if there's time in the future with somebody who really can set the record straight here, maybe we can do an episode on the Book of Abraham. But it's just one point among many. I said that there are a few more, and you're quite right. We're running out of time. So why don't we move on to talking about two other famous problems? First, until 1977.
Well, oh, that's fine. Go ahead. I was going to say, I feel a little bit like, and I'm fine to talk about these controversies, but I feel like there is a theological side to this that I think we haven't been able to hit on, unfortunately, which maybe we can do another time. But, I'm fine to talk about the controversies, but if it's just like all that we talk about are the controversies, it does get a little like...
We haven't even covered the beliefs in the getting the planet after you die and the nature of God and all of that kind of stuff. We didn't even get into that. I think that, man, I get the feeling.
Well, and that's fine. We can go to the controversy. We can continue with those.
I have a feeling that I'd want to do that properly, and that would require something in depth. It's a bit of a shame, but maybe we can revisit it and do something on actual Mormon theology as opposed to. I suppose this has been a history of Mormonism, let's say, a history of the belief, a history of Joseph Smith,
which
and all
by
that
the
kind
way
of stuff.
It is one of the things that I think people struggle with, right? Like the history that's given of our church. Like if we went and did a history of Catholicism right now and went through all of the things in Catholic history, there'd be a lot of stuff that you could talk about that would cause issues for people.
Oh yes.
And so,
oh yes.
Absolutely. And I think you can do that with Protestantism as well. So to say that there are historical challenges within our tradition, absolutely. People don't join it because of the historical tradition. Miracle claims are always something that are hard for people to believe. But ultimately, I think it's the theology and the effect that it has on people that is what drives people to actually believe, especially if they come from they're seeking Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I want to cover that, but I do think it probably needs its own room to breathe. But I would be remiss not to mention that until 1977, black people were banned from participating in ordinances performed in LDS temples.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's well known that black men were banned from the priesthood until 1978. One thing that I think isn't obvious to people if they don't know about Mormonism and how it works is that some temple ordinances are necessary in order to enter the highest level of heaven in Mormon theology. What this means is effectively until 1977, black people were banned not just from temple ordinances, which is bad enough, but through this were also therefore banned from the highest level of heaven by the Mormon Church. This changes in 1978, and it's not until 2013 that the LDS Church finally disavows its previous teachings on race in general. So it does change its mind, but such a history of racism in the church is going to give a lot of people pause for thought as to whether this is the representative body of Christ on earth, especially if it's by their fruits that you shall know them.
Yeah, no, and I'll be the first one to say that the ban is not anywhere found in our canon of Scripture. It was a tradition that crept into the church primarily because of interpretations that came from Protestantism in the 1850s. Protestants had a very particular view about Ham and Cain. So yeah, is this something that we I think that they just got wrong. Now, there are members of the church, there are people that will say that, there might have been some reason for it. I don't believe that. But again, Jesuits owned slaves and participated in the slave trade. Protestants were like basically the group that was justifying slavery in the South. So it's like the reality is everyone in history was racist, and that racism unfortunately did make its way into our tradition. Now, with that in mind, there never was an idea that they couldn't ever be saved at any time. There always was in our theology that blacks would eventually receive exaltation and all that stuff. We believe in work for people after the dead. So this never was like these people are automatically barred from the highest heaven forever. And in my mind, it was a mistake. There's no need to make up anything else about it.
Yeah, it's important to point out that looking at like what Joseph Smith actually said and did, I think Joseph Smith sort of flip-flopped a bit on the issue of slavery, for example, throughout his life, eventually being an abolitionist by the time of his death. But I think he sort of went back and forth a bit, partly probably due to some of the political conflicts. Gosh, we also didn't mention the fact that he was assassinated in prison, did we? There's so much to get into here. It's amazing. For those who don't know, Joseph Smith is running for the presidency of the United States on a campaign including desires as the annexation of Texas and California.
Just one thing that people should know about Joseph's presidential run, it was not, he did it in response because the president literally would do nothing when he had written to them about his people being exterminated and driven out. And so Joseph never had any of these sort of political aspirations until he was responding to the violence that was being enacted against his people. And his platform was to free the slaves. That was one of his, to sell the lands in the West and free the slaves. It was to reform prisons so that they could be centers of rehabilitation, less punitive things. And he also wanted to stop sort of the mob violence and vigilantism that was really prevalent in the United States at that time. And so, yes, Joseph Smith did run for president on that sort of a platform.
Didn't Brigham Young himself believe that the curse of Ham in Genesis did extend a curse generationally through to black people? That's an old Protestant. If you look at the Hamitic hypothesis and the ideas of Cain, a lot of Latter-day Saints came into our tradition early on, still holding on to the ideas of their old lens that they had. Nothing in our canon of Scripture kind of says that. In fact, the Book of Mormon very clearly speaks that all people are alike unto God. Yes.
And so, I look at it as, if you want to compare other Christian groups and say that there's racism that existed amongst our people and even amongst leadership, like, sure, that exists. So,
and Joseph Smith's assassination,
no excuse on that.
I'm going to tell the story of Joseph Smith's assassination, and you tell me if I've got this about right. Joseph Smith is a polygamist. He has multiple wives, which is a problem for many people as well about Mormonism. Multiple wives, but not multiple husbands. In Doctrine and Covenants 132, Joseph Smith seems to indicate that this is an eternal law, that at least those marriages to multiple wives will exist eternally in heaven, even though the church then did do away with polygamy.
Let me who said that it was an eternal thing, that it was always to be the thing? I think that might need a correction.
Doctrine and Covenants 132, when Joseph is talking about...
So that actually is not the eternal marriage is something that is necessary. Plural marriage, there have been leaders who thought that it was, but that it was some sort of a requirement, some sort of a higher law that we all had to live in order to receive the highest celestial glory. That is not the position of the church, and nor was it during Joseph Smith's lifetime. You have the people that actually very clear that Joseph did not teach that it was a requirement for exaltation.
So it seems to me
and real quick, just on the polygamy thing.
132, in verse 52, it commands Emma, who's Joseph Smith's first wife, to receive all of those that Joseph takes as additional wives. Verse 54 then states that she'll be destroyed if she doesn't, bind herself to Joseph. There's this weird thing where it sort of says that the Lord will destroy Emma, the first wife of Joseph, if she doesn't follow this command. It sort of seems to imply that she needs to be accepting of Joseph's polygamy, otherwise she will be destroyed.
Yeah, and I guess that's kind of a different situation. I'm talking about that it's necessary for exaltation. Here, let me clear things up, because a lot of people might not know our position on polygamy. If I entered into a plural marriage and took on an additional wife right now as a Latter-day Saint, I would be excommunicated from the church. The church's position right now is the same as St. Thomas Aquinas. St. Thomas Aquinas said that polygamy doesn't violate the natural law. He said that it could at sometimes be justified. The Book of Mormon in Jacob 2 condemns it. It says, "For behold, I, the Lord, have seen the sorrow in the mourning of my daughters, and these whoredoms are an abomination to me. For there shall not any man among you have, save it be one wife." Right? So the Book of Mormon actually condemns polygamy, but it does make this little caveat. It says, "For if I will raise up seed unto me, I will command my people. Otherwise, you shall hearken unto these things." In other words, monogamy is the norm in Latter-day Saint theology. We just can account for biblical polygamy by saying that God has at times authorized plural marriage. He did in the Bible. The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, two of those three were polygamists. So,
Yeah, right.
as
Well, Jacob,
strange as it may
you've got a
sound,
hard
I
out.
actually find this. Yes, sorry.
You find it to be.
Oh, go ahead.
You said you find it to be what?
I actually find it weirdly to be a strength that we actually account for plural marriage in the Bible in a way that no other Christian group does.
Oh, I
We
see.
have
Yeah. Again, looking at what's actually in the Bible and seeing what best accounts for it. Maybe Mormonism scores a point here too. I know you've got a hard out. You've got to go. It's clear that there's more to say. I was going to sort of tell the story of Joseph Smith getting assassinated broadly. Like, a newspaper criticizes him for his polygamy. He's the governor of the town at the time. He shuts down the newspaper. They protest, start a riot. He flees. He comes back because the governor of Missouri says, is it Missouri? No. Where is he at that point?
No, it's Illinois at the time.
Illinois.
I have enough time to just sum this up quickly.
Okay, yeah.
I'll tell
Tell me if I'm about right here. So
yes,
he
the city
says this. He
council
says
at
this
that
newspaper needs to be banned. He flees because of the ensuing riots. He comes back. He goes to prison to face trial because he institutes martial law as governor to quell these riots. Then he flees. Then he comes back to face justice. And while he's in prison, an angry mob come to the prison, shoot his brother, shoot him, and he falls out of a window. And then he hits the floor, and they shoot him again, and that's how he dies.
Correct. More or less. There's a lot to be told about that story. Some people characterize it as a shootout at a local jail because somebody had smuggled in Joseph a pistol. When Joseph and his brother were up against the door with their friends trying to hold the mob back that was trying to kill them, they began shooting through the door, and Joseph's brother took a bullet to the face. Once Joseph went to his brother's side and held his brother as he died, he did then pull out the pistol and shoot back. But he couldn't stop the mob, and they broke in and killed him. So I don't know if I characterize that as a shootout at the OK Corral or something. It sounds to me like a mob came and killed him, and he tried to defend himself and his friends. And I don't have any problem with that. If someone shoots my brother in the face and I shoot back, I don't think I'm the bad guy.
Yeah.
So,
and like I say, this is while he's running for president. So the first U.S. presidential candidate to be assassinated in those United States. What is obvious here, Jacob, is that there is a lot more to say, and perhaps I'll have to have you back on to talk about the actual theology, maybe a bit more about Smith and polygamy and his own polygamous practices, and a bit more about the story of his death and whatnot. But hopefully this has been enough to market this as something of an introduction to Mormonism for people who didn't know anything about it before. So thank you so much for your time. It's been a good episode, I think.
Thanks. One last word I just want to say to people, that we brought up some things that obviously will cause people to things that are the reasons that we also doubt as Latter-day Saints. I don't want to ever say that these challenges and controversies don't exist. But the reason that Latter-day Saints do exist is there are actually a lot of reasons to believe that people don't talk about. And ultimately, the spiritual power of this is what pushes us over the line. I'm a Latter-day Saint ultimately because of the way that it has affected my life personally. Okay. You, Alex, have said that it's a religious experience that would ultimately convince you. I like to use the analogy of music. Music, I can't explain to you in words, but you have to just come and hear it and listen to it. And that's kind of what I want to invite people to do, is to take that time to actually get to know us. You can get to know these stories and the controversies, get to know the evidence on either side of it. But at the end of the day, I think if you're seeking Jesus Christ, if that's really what you're doing, you will find something powerful here. It has changed millions of people's lives, and and it's deeply affected my own. And so I just want to kind of leave that as my final thing on this.
Well, thanks. I wish we had more time to talk about. I'd love to know which of the doubts like personally moved you the most. I mean, without any explanation of the things we've talked about. Is there something we've talked about today that for you is personally the most challenging objection to Mormonism? Not like for Mormons in general, but for you personally, like which one it is that you've thought about the most and wrestled with the most.
The Book of Abraham is definitely high up there. You were right to bring that one up. That is a real challenge. But again, we could do a whole episode on the evidence for, and I think that when people, like, you have to account for all of this. I ultimately, I think that argument to absurdity, it's like something happened here. Something remarkable happened. And to simply find one thing that is a challenge and throw all the rest out, I think it doesn't fully account for the data. It's being very, very sort of selective. And so while there are things that cause me to doubt, even personally, I'm a normal person, it is all of these other things that people often never talk about, that hopefully we can talk more about in another episode.
I hope so too. Jacob Hansen, thanks for your time. Links will be in the description, etc. It's been a good one. If you enjoyed that conversation, you might like my previous episode with Justin Sledge on the origins of Yahweh. You can watch it by clicking the link on your screen. To support the channel and get early, ad-free access to videos, subscribe to my Substack at alexoconnor.com. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Penn Badgley, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
You just finished up Joe Goldberg. You've been playing him for what, since like 2017?
Yeah, so just about 7 years.
And now you're done.
I'm finished except for the release,
Sure.
The release, which is its own kind of work, its own kind of...
Do you feel in character for the the program?
No, not even close. The part of me that is... that might match it is that there's always something grim about my relationship to the character, and therefore the whole thing, because I am sort of tasked, the one person throughout the entire apparatus who kind of like, it makes sense. I need to ground it. Everyone else is allowed to enjoy it as a piece of entertainment or frothy pop, whatever, but if I don't ground it, then it's like, well, that's when I think we're in danger of consuming it in a way that is like, damaging to our digestive system. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, he's a protagonist who's what he is. He's a murderer, and he's a manipulator, and he's an abuser, and all those things. And those words are like, they're heavy, But if they're not at least directly in the context and the subtext and the pretext of all the conversation around the show, to me, I feel like that's ironically when I get uncomfortable.
I heard you say once, it might have been to Rainn Wilson, that the best actors aren't just like making something up. They're not just pretending to be somebody. They're kind of themselves in many ways. And so like the best actors, they access a part of themselves, and you were talking about how it can be difficult to separate the actor from the character, and I found it really interesting. And then I did think that you play a psychopathic murderer.
So what part of me is that? Yeah.
That's right.
Well, not psychopathic or sociopathic, but like, okay, so, broadly, what is the truth of this thing we call mental health, mental illness, mentality? What is the portal to? What are the causes of sociopathy, psychopathy? We understand some of them. Well, I think, and then others we don't. There's still this question of nature versus nurture. For me, it's my understanding, and I suppose my personal conviction, that no one is made that way. It's caused, and its causes could be in utero still. They could be, the stress of the mother, the womb, fetus, all that stuff. I don't know. But so, what are the portals to it? What do I understand of the portals to rage? Or rather, the portals to sociopathy and psychopathy for me are trauma and rage. So then I think of, for myself, what traumas do I understand in my past? What do I understand about my own rage, my own capacity for rage? How it blinds my my other senses, really.
So you're not accessing like the surface level part of the character, but looking at like the causes of that kind of behavior and tapping into that. And presumably that's something you've got to work out for yourself. Like directors, writers aren't telling you.
Yeah, and I actually don't think it's really there. They don't need to. Obviously, for anybody who's seen the show, it's like there's indications. There's the broad major signs of it, and he does have like serious childhood abuse, But actually many people do, and they don't become like this. So then what are the other causes? I don't know. To be clear as well, I think Joe Goldberg as a character is not in any way a clinical portrayal or portrait of a person who really has this psychological makeup. In fact, whether I'm right or wrong, I don't know, but it's my position now that all is said and done, and I've seen the totality of his behavior. I think he's too many things. I think he's too many things at once. I don't think that that's possible for somebody. But that's where we're a show and we're a construct meant to be a portal into, well, I guess ideally a conversation like this one.
I find interesting the way that a lot of like antagonist characters, evil characters, are presented by modern media as complex results of their environment, and that's something that you're hinting at there. But for a lot of people, it becomes a sort of apologetic for the character, and so a lot of these there's a lot of expanded universe stuff where people tell the backstories of the Joker or evil characters, and they almost sort of try to humanize them in a way that I think some people think is a little bit troublesome. Interestingly, some people don't do this. Like when Bryan Cranston talks about Walter White, who is undeniably an incredibly complex character, he always just sort of says, he's like stops people and says like, no, he's like a murderer and a terrible person. Is that the relationship you have with this character? Like, do you do any kind of defense of the moral character of this person based on those characteristics, or is it just like it's a bad guy, like full stop?
I suppose I've done both. I've done the latter more. I've somewhat, notably not spoken out against the character. I mean, some people have made it to be that. I think what I've just done is remind people in that way, like, no, he's a murderer. Don't forget, he kills her in the end. Sorry, that's not
Spoilers.
a spoiler. I mean, it's clear, it's from day one. That's the whole purpose of the show is called You, and it's called You because in the book, which it's based on, it's written in the first person. You walk into the store and I notice that you are wearing this, and so the reader is made to feel through that literary device literally like the victim, the object of this man's desire and eventually rage and lethal rage. And that's I don't even remember what your question is at this point, but that's a very strong device. It's a very, very, very strong device. And I'm recalling your question now. So at this point, I would love for the work to speak for itself. And I think in time, its legacy, it will. But we live in an age where it's like you can't do a thing and just let the thing be the thing. You also have to talk about it a lot in press.
Yeah.
You also have to talk about it a lot in press. And so because I have to do that, I have just thought, like, how much can I bring reality into this conversation? Because people speak about him like he's a romantic hero. And, he's not. He's clearly not. But the point is that he is dangerously and disturbingly close to and following the logic of romantic heroism.
Yeah, which is so often the case for the self-justification of the character himself. Like,
Yeah.
not you justifying the character, but
Right.
internally the world. It's. I mean, that's what Joe Goldberg constantly does. Like, I'm
the
doing this
monologue.
because I have to. This
Yeah.
is for love. This is for you. I'm interested in you particularly here, though, because you're the second Baha'i that I've had
Yeah.
on the show. The other being Rainn Wilson. That's right. And I sort of dug into the Baha'i faith a little bit with Rainn Wilson, but I'm sure that you've talked a lot to interviewers and to curious members of the public about how difficult it is to play a psychopath and all of this kind of stuff, but specifically with regards to a religious belief.
Yeah.
I've heard you complain before about how you'll sometimes read scripts and they'll be listed with, like, essentially blasphemy, people saying, oh my God, Jesus Christ. And, and how, like, being a Baha'i believing Jesus is a manifestation of God, it's a little bit uncomfortable and you kind of would rather not. And then I think surely that's turned up to 11 when it comes to this kind of character. So is there any, like, religious conflict for you in trying to access that part of yourself with this character?
Definitely. As the way you named it, definitely. As a person who grew up feeling profoundly, like, resistant to and wary of and just against religion, that's not the word it's not the way it kind of appears in my own sort of thinking and sensibility. But yeah, basically, as you said it, the funny thing about the name Jesus, which is invoked somewhat ironically or paradoxically or fittingly by, all of Western civilization, regardless of what they proclaim their belief to be. God, actually a word too, with a lowercase g, a word I never would have used seriously, until my mid-20s. They're expletives, both the name Jesus and the word God are words that are inimitably unparalleled in their invocation of a certain kind of, like, oh God, or Jesus Christ, those two words. I'm telling you, man, those three words, God and Jesus Christ, are used as much or more than any other expletive in scripts in a way that it's clearly part of a modern vernacular, and I'm telling you, when you try to replace that word with something else, it doesn't work, at least for the person who wrote it. I got into this, and by the way, I approached this never having thought about it deeply.
Yeah.
I just started to realize, this being the first role I took after becoming a Baha'i and reorienting my interior life, as I understood it to be in relationship to the body of Baha'u'llah's teachings. I found that saying the word God, which I had come to say reverently in prayer, personally, in my mind, and the name Jesus Christ, which, again, growing up so not religious or Christian, really did view religiosity and Christianity as, well, I mean, I think I just adopted this loose approximation of the Marxist view, like religion is the opiate of the masses,
Sure.
And having never read any of that literature myself, right?
It's funny how that happens.
Yeah, exactly. So, in a sense, I've never thought of it in this particular way right now, but becoming a Baha'i for me was truly coming to think for myself.
Mm-hmm.
And once I truly thought for myself, all words had a different meaning, particularly God, and then this other one, Jesus Christ. And I just noticed they're everywhere. They're just littered everywhere as expletives. This is the longest answer possible to such a short question. But yeah, it's a really interesting one, because I just started to change it. I tried to change it. In the voiceovers, I'd made it a joke. I would invoke all the names of different saints and different, I think at one point I said Thetan, which I believe is the something from Scientology, isn't it?
Oh, right.
I was just trying to use other...
Yeah, something
I think
else.
I said Mother Teresa. I think I invoked the name of Gandhi at some point.
Yeah.
I was just trying to use other ones, and I knew that none of them would work.
Yeah.
But it was sort of a joke that I was playing with myself, because nothing works the way the name
Nothing
God
works like
does.
God. Nothing works like the name of God.
Yeah.
I think there's something in the idea of it being an expletive too, though, because like it's easy enough to replace words, but the point of expletives is that they say something very specific, and it is a bit cringe making when if you watch like a pre-Watershed soap opera and the characters aren't allowed to swear. And it's like, somebody's getting robbed.
Yeah.
And they're like, give me the flipping money right now. And it's just, it's not just a bit cringe, but it's also like unbelievable.
It's inauthentic.
Yeah, like I don't think that's how people speak. And it is true that it's just become so embedded in the language that that's probably why. But I do think that people aren't actually thinking about cursing God or Jesus Christ as people when they say these words.
No, not at all. No, yeah. And by the way, I don't see it as actually blasphemous.
Yeah, right.
I just see it as me realizing the power of those words and wanting to not use those words in that way because I had all my life again.
Yeah, it's almost it's kind of eerie to think like, you might be, it's like sorcery or something. You're saying a magical spell without really realizing it. You're invoking this really important name and not knowing what you're doing,
Yeah, I mean, again, yes, on one hand, but the mention of something like sorcery or superstition, that to me is like also not, to me it's not, and I mean, you're rigorously rational, so I know that's not what you're saying, but I think if I try to dig into what it is, like what I think it might be, it's a deference.
Yes.
It's an important deference. And that deference is not because I'm afraid of sinning or some kind of evil consequence. I think that deference helps me at all times to continually reorient myself towards reality. Because I think for me, for anybody who quote unquote believes in God, I don't think, at least it's not my experience, that it's ever been a choice. I didn't choose to not believe in God. I didn't choose to then come into an understanding where I experience and know that God is a fundamental reality, I mean, acknowledging that the most fundamental reality, regardless of what we call it, is unknowable and unspeakable, it's...
Yeah, it's quite hard to talk about, right?
Yeah. Although you do it very well.
We try our best. I mean, Thomas Aquinas famously suggested that all religious language is analogical, that God is not powerful, God is not loving, God is not omniscient. These are sort of ways of mapping on human understanding into this unknowable essence. This idea of it not being a choice is of particular interest to me because a lot of my conversations are with religious people who I'm essentially trying to get to convince me that their religion is true.
Sure,
right? That's my job. And
will I be the one today?
One hope. Well, you're already closer in the sense that you are at least implicitly recognizing that it's not something you can just decide to do.
No.
A lot of Christians will tell me that it's because your heart isn't open enough, and as if I sort of chose to sort of
be
close
off.
that door or something. And so I wonder, however it was that you came to faith, and particularly the Baha'i faith, the fact that it's not a choice, do you feel lucky? Do you feel like you just sort of happened to fall upon the right thing, or like was it something you did? Was it a skillful way of living that cultivated that, or did it just happen to you?
Both. So maybe I can amend my... I don't think that it was ultimately a choice that I understood I was making.
Right.
I do think maybe the one time I've ever exercised my personal will in the most conscious way, somewhat ironically, is also becoming a Baha'i. I think, we understand there's this question of like physical determinism, which is sort of like the theological pendulum swinging at to the complete opposite end of the spectrum, where some scientific people believe that we have no free will, sort of the way that priests used to, in the face of a biologically determined fate, which is only determined because we're ruled, we're robbed of our ability to respond because we are just ultimately a nervous response to, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I think a
robbed
lot
of our ability to actually make an agential decision. We just sort of react like metal rusting in the rain or something.
Yes.
But it certainly feels like there's more going on.
Yeah. So, I both feel like I did not make a choice, and yet it is the one choice I've ever made in my life.
Yeah. Well, that's the great sort of paradox where, like, if you think about it too much, like free will itself, I for a long time argued that it like doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And I've begun to realize recently that while that still makes sense to me, you can construct an argument, think about it rationally, there's no space for free will to fit into the world. I kind of feel the same way about something like consciousness, for example. Like, I can construct an argument. Material does not beget immaterial substance. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
And I convince you extremely compellingly. And yet, like, here we are.
Yeah.
We're just doing it.
Well, I mean, we know that mathematically, like, existence is improbable, right?
Yeah.
Consciousness is even more highly improbable. So then you have to call into question for a moment, like, what is the relevance and function of probability in mathematics in the first place? Not saying that they're irrelevant and dysfunctional, but that they serve a purpose. Can they explain everything? I mean, one of the fundamental principles of the Baha'i faith is the essential unity and deep complementarity of science and religion as two systems. As two systems needed to explore a reality which has, in some aspect, a duality. Now, the history of like dualism and stuff, which you definitely know more about than I do, is a little bit distinct from this. But at the very least, we can say science helps us understand our material reality. Religion helps us to understand our spiritual reality. Now, I say that taking into account the Baha'i faith and its teachings, which are for the most part unaccounted for when people make claims like this.
Yeah,
so
sure.
To me, it's really important to take into account those claims. Otherwise, you've not taken the whole thing into account. Really.
Yeah.
The whole account of religion.
Galileo said in one crude translation that science tells you how the heavens go and the Bible tells you how to go to heaven.
I like that.
It's a different set of instructions.
Yeah.
You became a Baha'i, how old?
I believe 28.
28.
Yeah, and I'm 38 now, so actually it'll be 10 years this May.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you.
Congratulations. It's a fascinating religion in like so many ways. I mean, for me, part of the real interest was like the history of the Baha'i faith and where it came from.
Yeah, it's got an incredible history.
In a weird way, you're kind of like a branch of Shia Islam.
Historically and sociopolitically, yes. In essence, that's as much true as Christianity was at once an offshoot of Judaism. Or Islam is, well, actually that's not quite as true with Islam, even though, what seems to be the case in as you're well aware, and many people are now, of like Judeo-Christianity, is that in terms of the history, like Islam accepts all the ones before it. Christianity accepts all the ones before it. Judaism accepts all the ones before it. But the and they all in some sense could be seen as offshoots of the preceding one to that political reality at the time.
Yeah.
I think at the time Christians were seen as these radical Jews.
Yeah.
Right. So in that sense, I understand what you're saying, but it is a distinct and independent world religion, which I know you also know.
Yeah,
extremely well read.
Well, I'm intrigued. Well, I'm not very well read in the Baha'i literature. Like, I don't think I've actually ever cracked open any of Baha'u'llah's writings or anything that. I've read sort of about the history.
Yeah.
But I mean, I was interested to hear that there was an essay from 1985, The Possibility of World Peace.
The Promise of World Peace.
The Promise of World Peace. And this is something that you read, which was fairly integral on your journey to becoming a Baha'i?
Yeah. So I said before that it wasn't a choice, and then I said that it also was a choice. This document was a key influence in it becoming a conscious choice.
So what is this? It's a letter, right? Like who writes it? What's it?
So it's written by the supreme governing body of the Baha'i faith, which in its organization has what we recognize as infallibility, but not in its membership, not in the individual members. There's no person in the Baha'i faith who has spiritual authority over another. That's fundamental to our faith, as Baha'is. But the members of the Universal House of Justice, when they consult together and issue formal letters of guidance or response to questions, we see them as divinely guided. And so as a person who was investigating this faith, and definitely never thought I would call myself a Baha'i, if I could even pronounce it then, because it looks like a more complicated word than it is to sound. It's got a lot of accents and apostrophes. And it's technically an Arabic word.
And it means glory.
So Baha is glory, light, and splendor. I think it's a bit of an for English it would be an archaic word. In Arabic, I think it's an archaic use of a word. I don't think that it's. I've asked Arabic-speaking people who I've met, who I don't know, like say a cab driver or something, what is the meaning of this word? And I think sometimes there's confusion. Maybe it's my pronunciation. Maybe I don't know how much the word is used. But anyway, the way it's translated into English in the Baha'i faith is glory, light, and splendor, but basically glory. So Baha'u'llah is glory of God.
And Baha'u'llah is
Baha'u'llah
I don't know
is
if you'd consider him the founder. I don't know if you'd use that term.
Any word would be imperfect to describe his station the way it would be of any manifestation of God, any prophet, any teacher.
Well, it's quite sort of secular to say that Jesus is the founder of Christianity. That's a very atheist way of putting it.
If I was speaking to another Baha'i, I would never call Baha'u'llah the founder of our faith.
Well, what would you call him? Like the main prophet?
Question. No, I wouldn't even use the word prophet because, look, like Muhammad is the seal of the prophets, right? And we don't, there's no friction in our belief system with that. He was the seal of the prophets. Muhammad's coming and going. Yes, that sealed the sort of age of prophecy. So that now with Baha'u'llah's coming, this is the age of. There's many names for it, but this is the age where the kingdom of God is promised throughout all the world's religions, throughout all of history, are resolving and coming to fruition, which you could at least see from a secular sense in the fact that we've never been a united world body before, in need of a world body politic. We're confronted with unprecedented administrative needs. You know what I mean? We have the resources to solve all of the world's problems, except for climate change, which we could do a lot more for. But if you think of racism or poverty and the extremes of wealth and poverty, famine, homelessness, did I say inequality of the sexes? I mean, you name it. We have the ability. We have the resources. We have the resources.
And this is the promise of world peace.
Sorry, yeah. So it's it's always sprawling for me. The promise of world peace.
But it's this sort of
it's
idea
addressing
that it's possible.
Yeah. No, I mean it's the promise of world peace. It was written in 1985. It's addressed to the peoples of the world. I was born in 1986. I read this in probably 2013 or 14, and upon reading it, I thought, how am I currently reading the most prescient and incisive analysis of all of history, political, social, cultural, spiritual? It's speaking to the moment right now. And it was written the year before I was born. What is this? Who wrote this?
And this attracts you to the Baha'i faith because it's written under the auspices of this Baha'i organizing body. Interesting how there's no noun form for Baha'i. Have you ever noticed that? There's not a Baha'ism.
Yeah, right.
It's always the Baha'i faith.
And its teachings. And it's funny, even if I text the word Baha'i and Baha'u'llah, my phone cannot learn them because they're not, because they have so many accents and apostrophes. And the words are not the same thing, but it tries to interchange them. So I'm still always struggling to even text.
Yeah, you
the
need to come
name.
up with like a shorthand or something.
Yeah.
BH, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm interested in the character of Baha'u'llah, because a lot of people will be surprised to learn that by some estimates, the fastest growing world religion, and something like, I don't know, it's like the 6th or the 9th, like largest religion in the world, is relatively recent. I mean, I don't think we've mentioned yet that we're talking about a religion that has its origins in what, like the
1844.
Like 19th century. I mean, it's recent, right?
Yeah,
and
very
for
recent.
a lot of people, I think that the idea of religion as being this ancient thing, it like ties you through history to your ancestors and these dusty scriptures buried in the desert in Egypt. To hear that you've got something cropping up in like the 1800s.
Yeah, I know. Well,
might kind of put people off the idea that this is in the same category as normal religious thought, basically.
I mean, always trying to recognize my bias as a Baha'i, of course. I mean, I do think it's different from the history of religious thought, as is every religion at its outset. And, you know, fundamental to these teachings of Baha'u'llah are simply that these manifestations of God will always be coming. They come throughout the life of, throughout the progress of evolving life forms on this planet and any other with them.
What is a manifestation of God?
A manifestation of God is like a mirror. The light and reality of God is unknowable and unapproachable, to say the least, you know? So a manifestation is not that light, but the manifestation is a mirror. And so if you see light in a mirror, you could say both the light is in that mirror. And I can see the light in that mirror. And in some cases, I can see the light better through the mirror than I can if I stare at the light, because the light itself is too bright. And in the case of the sun, actually, you know, it's abundantly true. So that's the best metaphor that I think communicates the mysterious station of these manifestations.
And these manifestations are people.
Yeah.
What traditionally people might think of as prophets. So within the Baha'i faith, generally, I think you accept people like Abraham, Moses,
Yeah, totally.
Jesus, Muhammad.
Yeah.
But thinking of these as these kind of manifestations of God, rather than just some kind of normal human.
No, they're definitely not a normal
prophet.
human being.
And so, well, I mean, you said before that nobody has spiritual authority over anybody else in the Baha'i faith. Does that apply to the manifestations? Do they have spiritual authority?
They definitely do. But, you know, I think the closest analog would be like the Quran. You know, actually, I heard something. I think I saw a little YouTube short, because you're now in my algorithm.
That's great to hear.
Yeah. I think you just recently said something, or I don't know when you said it. You compared Jesus to the Quran because, you know, what, can you share that real quickly?
Yeah. So I think that most people imagine the Bible in Christianity as analogous to the Quran in Islam. But I don't think that's quite right. I think that Jesus is in Christianity what the Quran is in Islam.
I think that's a really, really wise distinction.
And I think it's because, I mean, if you listen to what Christians say, the word becomes flesh. Right? What is the word? The Logos, the word of God. And because it becomes flesh, people think of the word of God as this sort of like living, breathing thing that manifests as Jesus. So the word becomes flesh. In Islam, the word becomes a book. But it still is this sort of, it's not just treated like a physical bit of paper with something written down on it, right? Like that's a mushaf, is a copy of the Quran. The Quran is the message itself, and some Muslims believe that the Quran is co-eternal with God.
Okay, so explain that.
So like the word of God is almost like an attribute of God. And I'm not sure if that's the language that Muslim philosophers would use. but in the way that like, so like God's word is co-eternal with him. So this message of the Quran is eternal along with God, which when you realize that you're not dealing with, a message which is written down on a bit of paper somewhere. Like the thing that's written down is like a copy of this message. I mean, Quran literally means recitation. It's being recited. But the Quran itself is co-eternal with God, again, according to some schools of Muslim philosophy. And so like, what's going on here? Well, Muslims believe that when you open the Quran, you're reading the direct, exact words of God.
Yes.
Christians,
as do Baha'is.
Christians don't believe that about the Bible, and that they believe they're reading a God-inspired book, a God-breathed book, as the Book of Timothy, the apocryphal Book of Timothy has it, if you ask me. But they recognize that it's written by men. Even if you accept the traditional authorship, it's Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Yeah. It's people like Peter and prophets like Isaiah or Jeremiah. And so if you read something in the Bible that like is a contradiction, let's say, then there's room for a Christian to sort of go, yeah, okay, but that's because, well, this text didn't accurately record this, or this was a mistake made by it, or whatever. There's no room for doing that with the Quran, because the Quran is the word of God. Disagreeing with the Quran in that way would be like if you had Jesus himself in front of you, and you tried to disagree with him, because that is the word of God.
Right. And so like, you think of the evolution of even the ability to read and write. Yeah. No one was around to record Jesus's sayings, right, in the same way.
Whereas, I mean, a lot of the people who surrounded him would have been
completely illiterate,
not very well educated.
I mean, sure Peter was like a fisherman who could, by I suppose all accounts I'm aware of, his faith in Jesus completely transformed him.
Yes,
but he was, to use the more literal sense of the word, he was dumb. As I understand
there is a point at which he's described as like unlettered or uneducated or something like that. Like it's well established that that's the case. Interestingly, you might hear the sort of new atheist critique that people say, "Oh, this text written by Stone Age peasants in the desert somewhere." And if you stop and think about it for a second, it's like that seems to increase the validity of Scripture, because if it really was written by illiterate merchants, then the fact that it's such an incredible theological, preserved, attested text, if it was written by otherwise illiterate merchants or fishermen or whatever, that's kind of an indication that there's something special going on,
Yeah, definitely.
So I mean, but I'm imagining that the way that Christians might think of Jesus as like a manifestation of the Word. He is the earthly manifestation of the Son of God, who's an eternal part of the Trinity. In the same way, maybe these manifestations in the Baha'i faith are a bit like that. Like it's sort of not quite a representation, but like an embodiment.
Yeah, I mean, again, like take everything I say with a grain of salt, because there's a reason this is difficult to describe simply.
Yeah.
Right? There's just a reason. Reality is difficult to describe, somewhat ironically, regardless of how you subscribe to, regardless of what system of belief you subscribe to, so the manifestation has like a sort of, in some ways, a dual nature. Although I think the manifestation's reality is ultimately this like, inconceivably glorious whole, which you could not ascribe, division or fragmentation or any of this to. We'll never know that reality because we're limited and we're human. And so in some ways they're human. And they're subject to human experience to demonstrate specifically and explicitly to us how we can live a more purposeful and meaningful life, how we can be happy, to demonstrate for us actually what is the nature and purpose of life here. It is not, I think of it sometimes like using the very popular analogy of physical reality being like a simulation. Well, if you think of a video game like Grand Theft Auto, or any other like pretty open world video game, you could spend your time doing technically whatever you want.
Yeah.
However, it's most fulfilling when you adhere to the when you play the game for the reason it was created.
Yeah, yeah,
Right?
yeah.
That is a really, really, really simple, and
Wow.
it's a dumb analogy because I know it can be written off, but that is actually, I think, what religion, as Baha'u'llah has described it, has always been meant for, and that's why it always needs to renew itself, and that is why Baha'u'llah has come, and that's why another will come after him.
I think that's a brilliant analogy, especially given that although it's obvious to us, the player, why the game is created, it's not obvious to Michael or Franklin. Like,
yeah, right.
What the plot is.
Michael or Franklin. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's sort of to step. I love talking about God's relationship to the world as analogous to like an author and a player or a novel, or I suppose a game developer and a developer. And the characters in the game. Might have been C.S. Lewis who talked about how, like, if Hamlet were ever to meet Shakespeare, it would be Shakespeare's doing and not Hamlet's. You know, Shakespeare would have to put himself in the play. It kind of couldn't be the other way around.
Yes,
it's so interesting to think about, and this unknowability for that reason, like the way that Hamlet could not comprehend what Shakespeare is, even though like Hamlet as a character is a human being. He knows what writing is and stuff. Like, it's just an order of magnitude of thought that is completely unreachable to understand what it means to have this relationship with this Shakespeare character. I can't remember who said that trying to understand God by using reason is like shining a flashlight at the sun to try and like see it.
No, I think that's about right though. It is, you know, look, one of the reasons I was even interested in coming on here, because I think like you and I are a bit of an odd fit, right?
Maybe,
like I don't mean as people, but I just mean like, you know, the people you typically have on your
right
on this show are not you know, like actors, I think, right? And I typically don't go on shows about philosophy and religion or however else you would define this, because that's not what I'm known for either. So but I am very interested in the rational proofs. There's actually a book by the son of Baha'u'llah who is named Abdul Baha, which means the servant to Baha. You know, you could think of, there's an analogy of their relationship where if Baha'u'llah as a manifestation of God was a sort of summit of the peak, Abdul Baha was the lowest valley, where the waters of the teachings gathered simply because he had humbled himself to such a degree that he was the perfect exemplar, you know. He has a series of rational proofs in a book that's been compiled called Some Answered Questions. I can't recall any of them right now, because I've not read it in a while. And it's, but I am interested in, having come from a highly rational, sort of anti-religious, secular background, and then having had my own path to faith, and not just any faith, but, you know, this faith I'd never heard of, and this faith that many other people haven't heard of, and these teachings that are incredible, which again, scarcely, you know, anybody's heard of.
No one's talking about them.
Although at the time, somewhat world-renowned. You know, Tolstoy mentioned Baha'u'llah.
Really?
Yeah. The Bab, even, who is like this, the herald of Baha'u'llah's coming. Actually, the Bab and Baha'u'llah we both see as manifestations of God who are both independent from one another and have their own entire religious dispensations, the same way that Muhammad, Jesus, you know, Moses do, and the others. But then we also call them our twin manifestations because they have a unique relationship and they were somehow bound together, and that's very mysterious, and we'll be understanding that for a long time coming. But good Lord. Yeah, I mean, I've lost my train of thought, as I often do, trying to approach this. Do you remember what I was saying?
You were talking about this book of rational proofs.
Yeah.
And I imagine you're talking about sort of proofs of the Baha'i faith, or proofs of God's existence?
Proofs of God's existence, actually.
Sure, because this is a common story in religious history, is people coming together and deciding to sit down and write some proofs.
Yeah. But I find them always to be ultimately like, and Abdul Baha himself says, the closest he'll ever get to sounding judgmental is that he says they are for he characterizes something in the need for rational proofs as weak. And that's, as a highly rational person, I could take offense to that. But that's not the manner in which he means it. But I think what it does is it gets at the weakness of the flashlight in the face of the sun, as you were describing. It's like...
But then why bother with it at all? I mean, like, how much of your conversion to the Baha'i faith had to do with rational considerations? Like, did you become convinced that God exists because of some series of causation, or like, was that nothing to do with it?
I suppose...
Being somebody who's, hyper-rational, atheist, critical type,
Well, I'm inclined, whether I'm skirting the question or answering it, I'm not sure, but I'm inclined to sort of step back and recognize that actually we are all subscribing to a belief system and a framework and an ideology. Because, atheism has as many logical conclusions to it, which are so magical and incredible that they're, essentially religious. Like, for reality to have sprung from an inexplicable non-reality or nothingness or pre-existent point, these are all, it's pretty phenomenal, So I just want to at least state that. And so the simple emotional kind of grounded part of like my own journey, I think that in my mid-20s, from about 12 to 20 years old, I think were the most harrowing years of my life, as I think is often the case for people growing up, because we aren't given much of any indication for a reason for living. Coming to the conclusion that there is no reason to life, there's no purpose in life, but that we must create it for ourselves. I understand that there is some intellectual beauty in that if you want to conjure it, but that takes a lot of maturity and will.
Yeah.
And I think when you're growing up, that's not what you want. That's not encouraging. That isn't what a mother's embrace feels like. A mother's embrace, truly, does not feel like a purposeless happenstance. A father's guidance and love and wisdom does not feel like that. Young people and children are actually inclined towards love and meaning, I think. But our culture increasingly says that those are creations. Those are fictions, more or less, And I think realizing that, there was a despair always, which felt logical. It felt like a normal, it felt like a sensible response to, the belief system, the default belief system of our culture.
Right.
I never described myself as depressed because I felt like, no, I can identify the cause.
Yeah, right.
That, and then also personal things within my family, within my, growing up in Hollywood. How many more icons do we need to see going through that experience who are, sort of morally, spiritually bereft, emotionally bereft, I should say at least. So yeah, I mean, I think when I was 20, 21, 22, I was on Gossip Girl. I was living in New York City. I finally lived in Brooklyn. And by the time I was 24, I actually was, with the independent films I was doing on the side, I had begun to achieve more or less everything I had set out to achieve. I lived in the place that I'd wanted to live in since I was a youth, listening to like Mos Def rap about Brooklyn.
Yeah.
I was madly in love with the second great relationship of my 20s. I had just played Jeff Buckley in a movie that is very little known, but it was an incredibly rich experience, incredibly rewarding, and an introduction to spirituality in a way, because I felt like I was in communication with somebody who was dead. But there was not the resounding feeling of you've succeeded in the unlikely and the improbable, not only have you made your own money, but you've made it meaningfully, doing what you find meaningful, doing what you think is important. I mean, being a star of Gossip Girl to me was not meaningful and important when it comes to, the sort of stuff of life, but it had opened that door to some other opportunities. And so, it's the age-old thing, like recognizing that fame and wealth can't give you happiness or satisfaction. I mean, again, it's like we all know it.
But that's what you say. We all know it. You say it's the age-old thing, but I mean, even if you ask somebody, if I'd have asked you when you were, 16, 17 or something, if I'd have said, do you think that money and fame will make you happy? I doubt that you would have been like, yeah, totally. I mean, maybe you would have done, but somewhere people sort of ironically say like, well, yeah, I'd rather cry on my yacht or whatever. But they know. But they know within that joke that it's not going to, and yet
we still
just are going after it. What's going on there?
That's the thing is, like, I actually think a lot of us, if we really interrogate the way we're living and the way we think, we're not. They're divergent,
right?
And so when I say I became a Baha'i, I feel like I started to think for myself. And I'm not saying that I always every day wake up and I know I'm thinking for myself. Actually, for the most part, I'm trying to constantly undo that and remember to think for myself, and it's quite hard. But that is also the purpose of life, as I understand it. It's ultimately a spiritual classroom. But yes, all the physical things matter, and they have enormous implications. And then also, what we're meant to do is like achieve spiritual ends through material means. We need to be sacrificial with our wealth, with our time, with our energy, with our everything. For the sake of others.
That spiritual classroom, to me, would be more like from what I understand of the Baha'i faith, like a spiritual school where you have different classrooms, because there's first class of the day where it's Jesus and then it's Muhammad, and then because you say that you believe that the Quran is the word of God
in its day and time,
and I mean the most common question that Baha'is probably receive, and I certainly don't expect you to speak as any kind of authority here, but I mean, like, personally, right, when you read various religious scriptures, and they sort of seem to have different ideas about what it's sort of all about. Like, to be a Christian, an Orthodox Christian, you have to believe in the Trinity. If you're a Muslim, if you believe in a Trinitarian God, you've committed perhaps the most fundamental sin in Islam, which is shirk, ascribing to God that which is not God, or vice versa.
Right.
And so I've always struggled to understand exactly how it is that a Baha'i considers all of the, because for people who don't know, Baha'is consider like all world religions to kind of just be one religion, right? It's like there's
the eternal faith of God, changeless. No, sorry, I believe it's the changeless faith of God, eternal in the past and eternal in the future.
Sure. So it's sort of one big family of religion, and one sort of one God who manifests in different ways throughout history for different people. And I understand that, like, God might need to tell people a different ethic of like charity, because there's no capitalism and then there's capitalism, so there's a kind of new message. But when it comes to things like the Trinity or the relationship between humans and scriptures and stuff, I struggle to know what I'm supposed to think a Baha'i actually believes about this unity between, say, the Quran and the Bible, or Jesus and Muhammad, because I like to think that if they were to meet, a Baha'i would think that if Muhammad ever met Jesus, they would have a lot to talk about and they'd get on pretty swimmingly. Whereas,
well, actually, my understanding, my response to that is that Muhammad is Jesus. Jesus is Muhammad. Baha'u'llah is Muhammad and Jesus and Moses. They are all actually the same in one sense, in the sense that their station, in the sense that their station utterly effaces selfhood, so that, within this exercise of thought here, God is the most fundamental reality, which is unknowable and unnameable, but The utter effacement is to polish the mirror. We talked about the mirror earlier.
Yep.
A mirror that has dirt on it, which is, more or less what we all are, some amount of dross, sometimes a lot, sometimes a little, can reflect that light some, but it augments it. And it also has color, In that sense, you could think of a lamp, the way a lamp, all these beautiful lamps, they augment the light within them. The light within them, actually, if you were to break the glass, is formless and electric and powerful and dangerous.
Yeah.
But you reduce it, and each light is a different manifestation. Each lamp is a different manifestation of the same light. In fact, all of these lamps are connected to the same light source.
Yeah, right.
That is, in some sense, what these manifestations of God are. We perceive the difference in their lamps, but they know that they are the same light.
Yeah. Interesting. Now, another sort of problem that's raised here is that there's no list of sort of who counts, right? Like there's no official list of the Baha'i manifestations of God. And so there are some obvious ones, like Jesus was
and
pretty
then
big.
It's like, what was Confucius and who was Rumi?
What about Joseph Smith, the Mormon
Yeah.
It seems, if there's no like official guidance on this, like if somebody like a Joseph Smith type character comes along and says, I'm starting a new religion and I'm translating golden plates in my back garden, how a Baha'i will respond to that, because God will continue to manifest himself and you've got to be on guard to see when that will occur.
Yeah.
And is there like a criterion by which you might be able to judge that?
The shortest and most graceful answer would be time.
Right. Yeah. Time elapsed since this person comes and does their thing.
And then how are those teachings manifesting in each community?
Yes. By their fruits you shall know them.
That is my shortest and most graceful answer.
Yeah.
It's also significant that I don't remember when the Mormon, I don't know how it's referred to, the Mormon faith or the Mormon.
Yeah, the Mormon. They don't like being called Mormons because Mormon is
it the Church of Latter-day Saints? Is that what it is?
Yeah, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Sure, okay.
So different governing bodies have some of them have said it's okay to say Mormon because it's a bit of a mouthful, and then some say no, you must. It's the deference thing again. It's to use the correct term. But yeah, I mean the Mormon religion I think is pretty standard.
Well, around my understanding is that this was in the early 1800s. That's so the world from like the 1790s to the 1840s, the world over, East and West, was experiencing a revival. A sort of this like fervor. They were all anticipating the coming of their prophecy, the fulfillment of their prophecy. Many even doing the math of the various scriptures that they saw as holy. People of the East and West both thought, some of them both thought that this would all mount in 1844, which is again the year of the inception of the Baha'i faith. So I think giving a longer and less graceful answer to this question of how a Baha'i might see, the case of Joseph Smith, and many people all over the world were inspired by, you think of if the Holy Spirit is a really, really, really flawed and imperfect and small phrase for the generating impulse for life and consciousness throughout the universe and all time, which we currently call maybe a couple of things like the Holy Spirit. That is breathed sort of without distinction, the way the sun shines without distinction upon all people, And when it animates a person, it can animate them to become rigorously intellectual and atheistic because they see the folly of previous religions. It can become a person who has a certain kind of religious faith to be like, I'm looking for the return of Jesus and I'm going to find him somewhere. It could manifest in a person in Sub-Saharan Africa, to follow the sort of, I actually don't know a lot about this sort of the various religions and mythologies and spiritual practices of Sub-Saharan Africa. But, I think people all over the world were inspired and seeking answers. And as I understand it, Joseph Smith was one of those people.
Yes. Yeah.
And again, I return to the shortest and most graceful answer, which is in time and by its fruit. And, you know, one of the greatest fruits, I would say, must be, diversity of all kinds, diversity of every nature. And it's not just a euphemism for race, because race in and of itself is a social construct. It's not just nationalities, because nations come and go. Diversity of every kind is, I think, should be one of the most essential fruits that must be witnessed in order to be some kind of rational proof for the word of God as it guides a community to be what it says it is.
Baha'is are extraordinarily progressive in this regard, in their beliefs, particularly relative to religious traditions as a whole. If I tell you no other information about someone than that they are like deeply foundationally religious, and ask you to guess their politics, depending on where you are in the world, you might guess that they lean more conservative. But Baha'is, I think it's got a lot to do with their view of sort of the oneness of all religions and stuff, that are very sort of open, very socially progressive. And I was interested in how that rubs up against the idea that, traditionally speaking, things like, you know, gender roles and segregation and Paul's sort of questionable comments about the position of women in church and families and societies, how it is that a religion that's so socially progressive can be so intimately connected to texts and traditions which have historically been used to buttress these social inequalities.
Yeah. That's a great question. So like my working understanding of this is, well, it again returns to this notion of progressive revelation, which is every religion is meant for a time and a place. When the next one comes, it is no longer the time and the place for the previous one. So some of the eternal teachings, which are essentially of what I suppose love, you know, of wisdom and restraint, of compassion, these are part of these sort of eternal teachings that are present in all the scriptures. And then there's this other aspect to all the various scriptures of the world, which have the teachings which apply to the social reality of that time. You know, I mean, as I understand it, certainly don't quote me on this, but I guess you are going to record me anyway. You know, the laws around the station and the treatment of women in the Quran were a serious improvement compared to the way that they were treated in the Arabian Peninsula around the time of Muhammad's birth. You know what I mean? Because of the social and spiritual evolution of humanity since then, those laws are now extremely prohibitive. But that is a sign of their efficacy and our evolution since.
Yeah, interesting.
Same goes for all of the, you know, religious teachings. There was a time when it was not safe to eat pork. Okay, I mean, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, right.
Same with shellfish. You know, if divorce had been allowed through certain periods of a given community's struggle, everybody would have just gotten divorced.
Yeah, but there is an interesting moment in the Gospels where Jesus says something to the effect of, like, because, you know, the law of Moses allows divorce in some instances, and his disciples sort of say, like, if divorce is bad, then why was it allowed in the law? And Jesus said something to the effect of, like, because of like how you were at the time, like it was necessary at that time, but now not anymore. And I often hear this line of, it forms like an apologetic defense for a lot of Christians that I speak to. For example, I talk about slavery in the Old Testament or whatever, and they sort of say something like this. They say, you know, it was an improvement, a regulation, which sort of points us towards a better way.
Yeah. But where's that way?
Well, I always took issue with that with Christianity, because it's like, but it's done now. Like, you've had your New Testament. That way? Yeah, like that's it, closed book. Whereas for the Baha'is,
we say the way's come again, you know, and so that's why there's an update. You know, to me, I really understand an atheist perspective, because it's like if you if you look at religious behavior of the last couple thousand years,
Yeah.
there's just so much hypocrisy, and it's like, I think, kind of circling this application of teachings, of social teachings that clearly don't have their place anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's like, well, yeah, this is clearly just meant for another time and a place. It's like, so then how does your faith, how is your relationship with God and your understanding of God that there has not since been a progression
Further
of these
updates.
teachings? You know what I mean? And so the Baha'i faith provides that. You know, it does provide that without denigrating or reducing the station of these other prophets. When you really pay attention to the writings of Baha'u'llah and the teachings of Muhammad and Jesus and Moses, you know, there's nothing that is in conflict. Actually, it's our interpretation which is in conflict.
Yeah. Well, the biggest criticisms of Jesus are reserved for hypocrites. Like his biggest sort of, the thing that really gets him riled up is when people are being hypocrites, particularly religious authorities, Jewish leaders being hypocrites, knowing what they should be doing but not doing it.
Yeah.
But also having these sort of blatantly legalistic interpretations of scripture. You know, the instructive example here for me is like the Sabbath, you know, when Jesus is healing on the Sabbath or eating on the Sabbath. Well, he's eating on the Sabbath with his disciples, and the Jewish leaders are outraged. Like it says in the law not to do this on the Sabbath, and Jesus says that, you know, the Sabbath is made for man, not man for the Sabbath, which just encapsulate it, right? Because it's like, yeah, sure, that's it, but like you've completely missed the point of what it was supposed to be about in the first place. And in fact, you're like legalistic, pedantic requirements to stick to the letter of the law aren't just like over the top. They've actually like come at the expense of understanding why we're doing this in the first place.
You've turned it upside down.
Yeah, these rules that are invented which serve a particular purpose, and when doing that particular thing doesn't serve that purpose anymore, you keep doing the thing, like forgetting why it was there in the first place. It's like the thing that goes in your shoe to shape your foot as you're growing, and then like once it's shaped your foot, you're supposed to take it out, because if you leave it in there, it could actually deform your foot. You know, you've got to know when to take it out.
Teaching of any kind is like this.
Yeah.
I have a 4.5-year-old who's learning to read right now. Once he learns to read, if I kept on trying to teach him how to read, it would drive him crazy. It would drive him crazy, and me. You know what I mean? And it's the same thing. All teachings of every nature are this way. Religious teachings are the same.
Does that apply writ large across humanity at scale? So is there a point where these manifestations of God and sort of stop because humanity as an organism has finished its teaching?
My understanding is that manifestations of God have been and will be present throughout humanity's existence on this planet. You know, that was even true when we were single cell organisms. There was some divine impetus still there. What that looked like and what that was, it's as difficult to describe as it is biologically. You know, the short of the long is that Baha'u'llah has come as the manifestation of God, whose role it has been to aid in the unification of the world, so that we can address all the problems that we're facing right now. And you know, once that's achieved, well, literally only God knows, but that there will be the continuation of life. You know, as I understand it, Baha'u'llah inaugurated a 500,000 year cycle. So we at least have another 500,000 years on this planet. We expect countless manifestations of God to come after that. Throughout that cycle, life will presumably continue on this planet in higher and higher stages of conscious evolution. Physical evolution, I think, happens much more slowly, until life is literally impossible on this planet for any number of reasons. I suppose the greatest of which will be time and closeness to the sun or something. And then at that point, I mean, I don't know. Surely anybody's guess.
A lot of people are worried about the effect that human beings are having on the planet, either through climate change or like the AI Terminator revolution or all kinds of existential threats, if you believe that a manifestation of God has instituted an at least 500,000 year cycle of manifestations, for me personally, that might like demotivate me to care about these existential threats, because I'm pretty confident they're not going to come to pass because God has instituted this cycle, right? Does that have that effect?
Well, so I'll go back to the promise of world peace.
Yeah.
At its outset, I think the beginning of the second paragraph is something along the lines of some of this is verbatim, some of this is off. So you'll have to go to the source material. World peace and the unification of its peoples is not only possible or probable, but inevitable. Whether it is to be achieved through, whether it is to be achieved now through consultative will, through an act of consultative will, or after the precipitation of unimaginable horrors, after unimaginable horrors precipitated by humanity's stubborn clinging to old patterns of behavior.
Right.
So, roughly saying, the laws of physics will always abide by their nature as well. They will always govern, our material reality. If we continue living in the ways that we are now, we're going to face worse and worse and worse consequences, because we're not arising to our responsibility as stewards of the planet. So actually, stewardship of the planet is a really, really important part of the Baha'i teachings as I understand them. We have to live responsibly. We have to live lives of sacrifice, which is to say for others, which is also to say for every other organism on the planet. We're reaching a stage where we know that if we don't change our behavior, the horrors visited upon us will be significant, severe. So actually, to not address them is unconscionable. That's actually a word that is used. So, I think failure to stem the tide of conflict would be unconscionable.
Do like non-human animals fit into this picture? Yeah, I mean, you just because the way you said, making sacrifices for others, and possibly for the planet and other organisms, like it seems to me that like a Baha'i faith would lean quite nicely into vegetarianism or veganism or animal rights advocacy. Like, is that a common thing? Do Baha'is often take that route?
Yes, definitely. I would say that
maybe Peter Singer is one of the manifestations of God or something.
To me, one of the greatest errors we're committing in this age is like, at this point, willful ignorance of our true nature. We as an organism alone have, untold capacity and clear differentiation from all the other organisms on the planet. Yeah. This is not to say that we aren't bound together by our physical evolution together. I mean, everything that science understands about evolution is of course true. Except for maybe its cause, because that's a philosophical question.
Sure. But we are different.
We are different. And so recognizing that is just an obvious truth, that we do have a capacity and a power which is different from any other organism, and that we need to recognize and cultivate that power. Otherwise, we're like an irresponsible, ignorant, sort of petulant child who's like refusing to clean up his room, and it's getting to the point where it's just immature to presume that we are simply nothing but animals. We have a greater responsibility than that, because we have completely, I mean, again, this gets into this sort of philosophical, like logical conclusion, which is to say, if we are only animals, then what we've done is awful and unnatural. It's so aberrant. It's so aberrant, right? I mean, it's like, it's so inconceivably like myopic and self-centered. And, I understand the position of many like sort of atheistic humanists who have a passion for like morality, but but also see people as being, you know, as the Matrix famously described them, like in 1999, you know, Agent Smith describing humanity. I remember how, do you know what I'm talking about?
How does he describe him?
You're younger than me, so this is where our age difference.
I have seen it.
So, yeah, but I mean, The Matrix, and oh man, The Matrix says for a 12-year-old in 1999, brother, man, it's, anybody watching who saw it in theaters then knows what I'm talking about. So, you know, Agent Smith, who is the antagonist of The Matrix,
suit guy.
Yeah. There are many of them, but he's the main one.
Yeah.
You know, at a climactic moment, I don't want to ruin it for anybody who hasn't seen it, but at a climactic moment where it seems as though he will win and defeat Neo, Keanu Reeves' character, he has a terse monologue describing humanity as a cancer, as a disease, as a blight on the rest of organic life. And what he's essentially saying is that the machines, having come alive, are actually committing like a great sort of sacred end, which is ridding the world of humanity and turning humanity into the life source, which is the battery, because it is drained, because humanity itself had sort of drained the planet's battery. And it's a convincing argument. It's a really convincing argument. In fact, you know, if there is no reason for life and there is no God and we are just these aberrant animals, I think it's the strongest logical conclusion we have. You know, but it induces dread and fear and despair. And again, I think, you know, there's also so much of science that flies in the face of having that kind of viewpoint, because the collaboration inherent in reality, inherent in nature, is exquisite. It's like it's so perfect and incredible.
It is astonishing. I mean, it's quite hard to step outside of it, because we think that like the laws of physics and things, they kind of just describe what we see. Like, some people are amazed about how well mathematics maps onto reality and how perfect it is. But people say, well, it's just because maths is something that we use to describe what's there, so of course it's going to map on. But there is something inexplicably harmonious about it all. And
so much.
I think that there is this like middle kind of argument. You know, we were talking earlier about how some people come to God through proofs of his existence, and some kind of just because they feel a God-shaped hole and there's some personal experience. For me, there's something in the middle here of like talking about how the laws of physics exist and how mysterious that is. That's not quite like an emotion, but it's certainly not some syllogism that's valid that proves God's existence. It's just this weird sort of in-between thing that kind of points towards the eternal, mysterious, divine essence that people often say is at the base of the universe. And that's why I call myself probably an agnostic, because I don't have enough to say, yeah, I believe that, but I have too much to say that it's false, you know?
Did you grow up with religion in your family?
Kind of. I was an altar boy when I was younger. I was a Roman Catholic.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a little more than kind of.
Believe it or not. Yeah. But how much does a 10-year-old Catholic actually know about Catholicism?
Right. And how much was it actually spiritual?
How
much was it? How much did you know?
I don't think I knew much at all. Like, I couldn't have even pronounced half of the controversies that were, quelled at the Council of Nicaea. I don't know about Arius and Athanasius battling it out. And given how integral these kinds of ideas are to the doctrines of Catholicism, it's very difficult to imagine that any 10-year-old is really that religious. Did I believe in God? I think so.
How did you feel when you walked into a church?
Bored.
Okay, yeah.
But then maybe that's just Catholicism for you.
Sure.
I was so young that it's hard to remember, but I do remember, for example, once being on a school trip, and I think I was praying a rosary at the back of the bus. And I have this image in my head that the other kids were kind of making fun of me for it, but I might have just misremembered that. You know how you like, because that's kind of the image that I'm trying to get across in my head, is that I'm like the weird kid doing a rosary at the back.
Sure.
I know I did that at some point, so I must have had some kind of devotion at that age.
Yeah.
But it's difficult to know what that looks like for someone that young. My my dad has been an atheist for as long as I've been alive.
Hmm.
His dad died when he was young, and he just instantly became an atheist, as far as
Right.
I can tell. And it's interesting how that kind of experience pushes some people headfirst into religion and some people headfirst into atheism.
Yeah, definitely.
And I totally understand both of those.
Was your mom then religious a bit?
Again, it's sort of nominally Catholic, but I'm
Yeah.
not sure how much she like knew about it or believed it fully. I mean, she went to church.
So since you're not 60 years old, how did you become an altar boy in England with a father who's an atheist and a mother who's nominally Catholic?
It must be what Muslims call the fitra, the sort of natural longing towards God that dragged me there. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and I mean that's
No, practically
great.
I don't know. I mean, because my maternal side of the family were nominally Catholic, but also like practice. You know, we go to church.
Mhm.
That is what we do. This is how we
Mhm.
bring you up. This is how it goes. Never super steadfast, but enough that it was like, yeah, you go to church. I got confirmed. I'm still a Catholic according
Right.
to the Catholic Church. It's actually very difficult to leave, if not impossible.
Right.
Like I think it is. I used to think that you had to like write a letter to the bishop officially, and I'm not even sure if you're excommunicated for some reason, if that means that you are no longer Catholic or just like a really bad Catholic
Mm.
who gets like exiled. But like they'll count you among once you're confirmed, like you're in
Right,
the club.
yeah, you're in.
I like to think they've got the message by now, but who knows?
Well, it seems like a lot of Christians, maybe Catholics don't include themselves in this group, but it seems like you're beloved by Christians, right? Because
Mhm.
a faction of them or some thread of them, because you're such a student of the Bible.
Yeah. Well, I do love the Bible and I love the character of Jesus. I'm just fascinated by the historicity of Jesus, but it ebbs and flows. So when I'm on a podcast, like I'm speaking to you and I'm saying, it's like what Jesus said. And the Christians are going, yeah, man, I love this guy. But then ask me if I think Jesus claimed to be God and you'll see the other side, because I'll be highly suspicious of that. I don't think that's the case.
You don't think he claimed to be God?
I don't think the historical Jesus was like claiming to be God. Interestingly, I
Right.
think he might have been doing so in a way that is sort of in keeping with this Baha'i picture of Jesus, because he's making some strange claims for himself that seem to imply like an eternality, a very special relationship with the Father, this kind of stuff. He says like, I and the Father are one.
Mm-hmm.
And when pressed, talks about how like he's in the Father and the Father is in him.
Mm-hmm.
And he hopes that the disciples will one day be in him, just like he's in the Father. It's this sort of
Yeah.
sharing sense. I don't think it's like a numerical identity with Yahweh, for example. But when I say something like that, you know, a lot of Christians will jump down my throat. But that's the nature of being online, is that people who have something to say about it are more likely to say something, and people who disagree with you are more likely to speak. And so I think if I don't say anything controversial and you just have this baseline noise of general commenters just saying whether they liked it or didn't, yeah, I think the majority of Christians look at what I'm doing and see that I'm at least trying not to be this new atheist, sort of edgy type.
I would even think that the way that you just described the relationship between Jesus, God, and his disciples probably feels pretty intuitively true to a lot of people who identify as Christian. That's people who are like, you know, roughly in our age bracket. We are not in the same age bracket, but we are representative of, you know, young and younger people, you know.
Yeah. I think so. But then I think a lot of young spiritual types who sort of get attracted to Jesus a bit, like who are willing to annex this character of Jesus into their sort of ungrounded spirituality without taking it wholesale, which I think upsets Christians too. It's like you'll take some, but you sort of go a la carte with the way that you pick your religious teachings. It seems like Baha'is go like full on. They do sort of take bits from different religions, but they like take the whole thing. It's like, yeah, we sort of really believe that it's all one.
Yeah.
And the opposite side of that is like, I'll have a bit of this and a bit of that. I'll have the Jesus' moral teaching on Sermon on the Mount, but we'll get rid of the apocalypticism, or we'll get rid of the special relationship to the Father, or the whole let's give up all of our money kind of thing, you know?
Right. Yeah, so I think it's like what we do is we see the eternal. Again, it's like there's the eternal. Every teachings of every manifestation have an eternal quality and then a temporal quality, and the temporal is always meant to fall away, always. Like as are Baha'u'llah's social teachings, they're meant to become irrelevant. That's the point of evolution. That's the point of progress. hopefully all laws become irrelevant because we don't need them in the same way.
Yeah.
We need finer and finer and finer, more refined and more refined laws, subtler laws, you know? I suppose it used to require stones, you know what I mean, in some sense, whichever ones those were. It does not require that now, you know?
Yeah. Have you seen these guys who go around breaking archaic laws, which are still technically on the books? Like, especially in England.
Like legal laws, not...
Yeah.
Like I've not heard... No, that's interesting.
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure that... I think it's illegal to, like, carry a fish in public suspiciously or something like that. And so, you know, or like, there are a bunch of things like that which are technically illegal. It's still technically illegal in the United Kingdom to call for the abolition of the monarchy as well. That's still actually on the statute book. I think it was the Guardian newspaper who like went to the Supreme Court and were like, we're pretty sure it's still illegal to say that, you know, we should be a republic. And the court first said, no, that's ridiculous, and then had to revise it and issue an apology and say, yeah, it's still illegal. But it's that thing where, like, obviously that made sense once upon a time. And that might even, as myself being not a massive fan of the British monarchy, I can totally understand how there's a time and a place where this Hobbesian Leviathan aesthetic of watching the king get executed, like from your bedroom window, and being absolutely terrified of the anarchy resulting will make you go, yeah, let's set up the monarchy in the time and place. But now we have Parliament, and they seem to do the trick pretty well, at least for now. Maybe it's something similar going on here. It's hard to say, but I do find it really interesting. And speaking to Rain before as well, it was like my first introduction to anything about the Baha'i faith. I think I hadn't even heard of it until I sort of was going to meet Rain. I think that was the first time I ever came across it, which is surprising to me.
A quote comes to mind. Let's see if the world's equilibrium hath been upset through the vibrating influence of this most great, this new world order. Mankind's ordered life hath been revolutionized through the agency of this unique, this wondrous system, the likes of which mortal eyes have never witnessed. So to me, what we've been talking about and what we've been always sort of what I feel as though I'm often muddling through because I'm not as studied as you are, let alone some of your guests. You know, Baha'u'llah came in 1844. At least that was when the declaration was made, which now inaugurates a new cycle for all of humanity, regardless of how you subscribe, believe, see yourself. No one watching this, no one alive now was alive then. No one has experienced truly living in a different time than we live now. What has characterized life on planet Earth for humanity since this time began has been complete disorder and disruption of every previously existing tradition, norm, and system for governance, right? Think about it. Every single one of them. You know, when Baha'u'llah came, the world was mostly ruled through monarchies. Now, it's not. There's very few of them left. You know, and they have almost no relevance. You can make a show on Netflix about them and people are more excited about that than the real monarchy.
That's right.
You know what I mean? Like, we live in an era where we have never understood what equilibrium meant hundreds of years ago. We can theorize about it. We can read about it. We will never conceive or understand it really, truly, because we have been living in an age of disequilibrium that has been upset through the vibrating influence of this new manifestation of God. And in this sense, it's to say a name, to ascribe it to a person is very difficult. You know, the name Baha'u'llah does something new because most people have not heard it. And to then study the body of teachings and writings that come along with this vibrating influence, also most people have not done it. So therefore, it's really, really advantageous for us all to study and become aware of it, to take it into account as a very significant resource that actually makes some pretty significant claims about the nature and the purpose and the reason for this upsetting influence, where we have been in a constant state of disequilibrium, and actually hardly anyone can identify, you know, the root cause. Is there one cause? The same way that science is seeking for a theory of everything. Can we sort of name mathematically the sort of primary impulse, the most root thing? Well, can we also do that for our spiritual, our political, our social, our cultural reality? Why is the world in the state that it's in right now? Why? Baha'u'llah would say, I shouldn't say what Baha'u'llah would say, what I understand of Baha'u'llah's writings is that the prime cause is our disunity. And that actually what we are approaching is, in order for any of the problems of the world to be addressed, we actually first need to address its disunity. So we first need to establish unity before anything else. And what's ironic about that, or what's interesting about that, is that most, I think, systems of thought would have us approach every other ailment the world is faced with, every problem. We would address those before we would finally get to, in its culminating stage, the eventual, nearly impossible unification of the planet. And actually what Baha'u'llah is saying, no, we need to do that first. And so then the question becomes, what on earth would or could ever even possibly unite the entire world right now before peace is established, before well-being is established, before there's, universal justice actually implemented and existing and cultured and fostered? I mean, so then that becomes a question of, I think, actually, of all things, identity. At what level of identity can we go where we are all the same? And that is the soul, And it's a terribly short and small word with so many unique connotations for every person listening. So in some ways, it's a really limited and imperfect word that I don't like to use. But what it gets at is, what is that level of being where you exist? You are not just your body, let alone your clothes or your nationality or the color of your skin. You are a unique configuration of characters, of attributes, which we can call human, but which are ultimately divine. Those like dignity, honor, truth, nobility, the pursuit of justice, mercy, forgiveness, patience, kindness, compassion, love. The list is essentially infinite. These are the things that we care about most. I think these are the things that anybody cares about the most. It is our character. And it is this level of identity that we are being called to recognize in one another. I might disagree with you to a point of violent thought, hopefully not violent action, So what is it going to take for me to resist my sort of primary animal nervous system impulse to just feel rage or to shut down and want to flee, whatever it is? How can I overcome that? I need to see in your character something that I agree with. Between me and you, it's very easy. Like, you're so, and not that there's other things I disagree with, but it's so easy to see your like curiosity, your fascination with religious thought because you want to learn, and your ability to listen to other people and engage in like conversation that I think transcends debate. I love that, and I think that it's something that we are sorely lacking now. At a time that couldn't be more vital.
Well, thank you, and I agree with you that it's necessary. And I still sometimes do debates.
Yeah,
but I'm doing
they're
them.
Fun.
I'm doing them less because, like you say, they're fun. I've always said that they're theatre, and there's nothing wrong with theatre
as long as you know it's theatre.
That's right. You've got to know that it's like a boxing match. It will tell you who's the better boxer, but it won't tell you who's the better fighter. It won't tell you who would actually flatten the other one if you were on the street.
I've never heard that particular analogy. That's a great analogy.
It's a different kind of sport.
Yeah.
I mean, you can become the world's best boxer without learning how to throw a kick.
Yeah.
And you'd be screwed in the street fight.
Yeah, right.
And it's the same thing with debating. That's why Christopher Hitchens or his ilk would get flawed if he tried to write academically, which is why his books don't have any footnotes in them. But in the debate sphere, he reigns supreme.
Yeah.
It sounds like unity is like the key word there.
I was going to fundamental animating principle.
Yeah, because it seems like if you had to sum up in one word various world religions or philosophies, you can kind of do it. Like for Christians, the answer is obviously love. Like love is the Christian like thing. That's their word. For Islam, arguably it might be more something like submission. But then, maybe that sort of means the same thing. But that's the word that comes to mind for a lot of people.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what Islam is. For the atheist rationalist type, in their own description, it might be like truth or reason or something.
Yeah.
And so for the Baha'i faith, that word, would it be something like unity?
Unity. I do think in the way that you just arced it out with the others, yes. I think unity is the best word for it. The power of unity.
Is there a Baha'i like evangelical strategy? Because it's different religions.
What does that mean? Is evangelical mean like a proselytization?
I mean as in like proselytizing, yeah.
So we have a law against that. We cannot proselytize.
So what counts? Like,
it's a good question, because I mean, technically speaking, what I'm doing...
Yeah, you better be careful.
Like, what does proselytize actually mean? Does it mean to attempt to convert others?
I suppose I actually don't know what the exact definition of proselytize is, but yeah, let's say that. So you're not allowed to like.
Yeah, definitely not, because I mean, the first principle of like becoming a Baha'i is the principle of independent investigation. You actually cannot be born a Baha'i. I mean, of course,
right.
Children can call themselves Baha'is. They can live their lives as Baha'is, but they need to, as Rain, I think spoke about, is like he always knew about that principle. He spent a time where he needed and wanted to investigate, not only the other faiths, but like other ways of being and living. I don't want to speak for him.
Yeah.
I mean,
and he says he sort of came back to it.
Yeah.
But
you have to, as a Baha'i, in order to declare your faith formally and formally become a Baha'i, you are abiding by this principle, which is that no one is forcing, coercing, or somebody might be encouraging you to do it, I suppose.
But no door knocking.
Certainly not. And I mean, it really is. It's really, really fundamental to what we're meant to be as Baha'is. Of course,
yeah.
The Baha'i community, like any other, is imperfect, and we're learning about our teachings.
Yeah.
We're learning about our own teachings, how to embody them. And we're trying to recognize where anyone else in the world is already embodying parts of our teachings better than we are, because they understand implicitly things about this, that's really, really so as a Baha'i, I think maybe the way we approach the problem of proselytation or evangelicism, what would that be?
Evangelism?
Evangelism, yes. Yeah. Would be simply that we want, if we believe in Baha'u'llah's claims, what we want to do is we actually want to just share this resource that most people don't know about. It's like, hey,
sure,
just consider this too.
And read this book.
We're not even saying consider this to become a Baha'i. Consider this because it's a resource.
Yeah.
Consider this as a resource. Use it to, I think with my friends who are religious, I guess in my case would probably mostly be like Christians, some Muslims, maybe a few people who are Hindu. I've had the experience that when we get together and sort of meditate on some of the Baha'i teachings, it vivifies their own faith,
Yeah.
And then, my highly intellectual, atheistic friends, I think what we tend to talk about a lot is, the incredible capacity that science has to reveal truth and the nature of reality. Definitely never trying to convert anybody. It doesn't work anyway, it just doesn't. I mean, conversion seems to be the problem of religion today, is that it's a superficial solution to a more fundamental problem.
Yeah, and there are these kinds of, some of these laws that we're talking about, which maybe are, as a Baha'i would see them as archaic, like to do with apostasy and what you're allowed to do once you believe, and like how leaving a faith can be. So like, within Islam, there are sects which will punish people with the death penalty just for leaving, which might be an effective way of retaining people as nominal Muslims, but probably doesn't capture the heart, right?
Right.
But that's another instance of something where I look at the Baha'i faith and I think, again, so open, so like recognizing so readily that it's about the heart and allowing people to do their own personal investigation.
Yeah, agency, personal
and yet
agency.
attached to these religious traditions which have these sort of that's the thing, that's the conflict that I get the most interest out of exploring with Baha'is, I think, is how that's like how that's accounted for. Because you might say, like, it used to be the case that laws about shellfish made sense, but to say that it used to be the case that a law about like apostasy would have made sense, it's a harder pill for me to swallow, you know?
Well, that's where, look, I don't know so let's approach this theoretically rather than me saying like, actually, this is what it is. Of course, I don't, you know. We have a different view of mortality now than humanity has had throughout its evolution.
Yeah.
People didn't used to live as long. I suppose there were some times where people lived longer. You know, what it really would have been like to live 2,500 years ago, we cannot imagine.
Yeah.
We simply cannot imagine.
I agree.
On so many counts. And the way death was viewed, the way punishment and reward was viewed, even just what was social cohesion. You know, I mean, again, one of the roles these manifestations have had throughout time is like, at one point, it was difficult to keep a family together. Not because of the reason it is now, but because it was like, you know, it was difficult to survive, period.
Yeah, right.
It was difficult to survive as a human organism.
Man, it's impossible to know what it was like. What
was the
like,
mindset?
You'd think you might be able to put yourself in. It's like, I've got a friend who's really good at doing. He's been on the show. He's called Sheehan. He's the cultural tutor on the internet, and he's really interested in history. And he's constantly finding ways to remind me that life was not what. Like I just remember distinctly, sort of. I think we were like by the river, and him just explaining to me what it would have been like for like the Vikings to just show up. It's like somebody runs up to you and they tell you, you know, the Vikings, they're here. They've started burning down the city. They're killing the men. They're taking the women, and more are on the way. And something about the way that he managed to like, I'm like, yeah, you're right. I just do not know what it would have been like to live in a time where that kind of thing could have happened. You know, it's like incomprehensible.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, that level of atrocity, unfortunately, is of course still happening. So ironically, in some places, not many anymore, but there's places, right? So
not on the Seine or the Thames,
right? So I actually think, so I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
To me, my version of trying to appreciate what life really would have been like is like, so when something atrocious wasn't happening, what was just a day like?
Yeah.
What was birth like?
Yeah. Yeah.
What was not ever brushing your teeth like? What was knowing that water is always 1.6 miles away, but you also have no idea to measure that? You measure that. Do you measure it? Do you measure anything? You know, what do you do before the sun comes up? If you're lucky, you have a candle. How do you light that candle? What do you spend your time doing?
Yeah, what do you look at with that candle? Yeah.
Yeah. What, you know what I mean? Like, that is a radically different way of being. And so in that context, you know, laws which are punishable by death or whatever, again, I'm not apologizing for anything like that.
Yep.
However, I know that they applied to a radically different place in time, where mortality was not. I don't think it was as precious as it is now, because death was as commonplace as birth and life. We weren't divorced from its organic place in the world, or our organic place in the world.
Sure.
We you know, I think versions of atheism and agnosticism have actually always existed. Their own, you know, every culture has its own, like, you know, I don't know, materialists, its own divines, its own philosophers, whatever. But I think that for the most part, you know, we seem to be now as intellectually gifted as we've become as a species, we seem to be more divorced from just some simple matters of fact of life, you know? And death was one of them.
Like death, yeah.
Death was just one of them. And I just don't think that we saw it the same way.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, death is, we don't even think about it. You don't bring it up in polite company.
Yeah. Whereas it used to just be everywhere, you know?
Yeah, it was impossible to ignore. And I think that instilled people with a bit more gratitude for the same reason. Like it's not, it's why I've always said that I'm a fan of a secular grace before a meal. Not because I'm thankful for that particular meal, although I am. It's just like a good moment. It's like washing your hands when you go to the bathroom. Like it's just a good interval at which to just remind yourself to stay clean. It's a good interval, eating food, to just stop and remind yourself to be. And usually when people say grace, they don't just say thank you for this food. They say thank you for the company, thank you for today, thank you for this, thank you for that. And I suppose it's easier to do that when you've narrowly escaped death like 3 times that day.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, maybe we need a bit more proximity to death. Maybe we need to talk about it more.
I definitely think so. I mean, you know, that's what to me prayer is. Prayer is communication with the other side.
Yeah, sure.
You know.
Okay, so finally then, pushing this to the very end, eschatology. Do Baha'is...
Yeah, what does that word mean again? I go in and out of knowing what that word means.
Study of like sort of end times or like what happens after you die.
Okay,
I don't know what the actual etymology of eschatology is,
yeah.
But afterlife picture. What do Baha'is think happens when you die?
Something similar to what we think happens after birth. So when you're in the womb, you spend quite a long time there from your own vantage point. You started out as, I think, a single cell.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm
not an embryologist.
Yeah. At some point,
maybe 2.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
at some point, you're 2,
whatever.
And then you're more.
Less than 10.
You evolve. You evolve at a rate that is staggering. You do it in a world that you know, which is relative to the world you're going to be born into later, very dark and small. But you don't know that because you actually don't even have eyes to perceive it or a mind to think about it or experience it. You don't even have a nervous system really to like record any of it, but you're developing those things. You, interestingly, are developing all of those things for a place that you don't need them for where you are now. You're in the womb. You don't need a nervous system. You don't need lungs to breathe air. You can't breathe air yet. You don't need eyes to see. There's no light in there yet. You don't need any of the powers you're developing, really, in that womb. However, that's where you are, and it's all you know. And eventually, when you leave it, there's a certain kind of death. It's a bit extreme, probably a bit terrified. You don't know what's going to happen. And then you leave it, and you're suddenly somewhere that you realize you've always been, that is more expansive, full of more light, inconceivable to your mind then, so much so that you need many, many others, all of those who came before you to help you, to guide you in this world that they've been living in for some time, but still don't know everything about. That's what the afterlife is like. It's just like this. It's here, yet it is not. It is lighter, yet it's inconceivable. Those who have gone there before us are waiting for us. The soul and the mind and consciousness is all just eternally continuous. We progress through infinite worlds in this way. This first life has a purpose of teaching us and orienting us and preparing us for this next life. It is quite mysterious, actually, that if this is true, it's not more explicitly taught or known or understood. And that is the strange and mysterious nature of God's way of teaching us and for our need to learn, actually. So that's, you know, from this sense, God is not a sort of a pointlessly mysterious or opaque teacher. Presumably, God is teaching us in the way that we most benefit from. So if this is opaque to us, and if this sounds bizarre as I say it, you know, well, there's a reason for its opaqueness. There's a reason for its opacity, I suppose I should say.
Yeah.
There's a reason for it to be this way. And there's actually a book about this called The Purpose of Physical Reality by John Hatcher, who's a Baha'i philosopher who I think you would really love. Incredible book. So the afterlife is just a continuity of existence. There are a lot of writings about it in the Baha'i writings.
Is there any sense in which if you're good, you go somewhere nicer, if you're bad, you go somewhere worse, or is it just
not in the
one
sense that,
big
like, heaven and hell, that sort of thing? So my understanding of what the Baha'i teachings say about that is that heaven and hell are constant states of being, or rather, I shouldn't say constant states of being, that we are constantly in a state of being which can reflect a degree of heaven or hell. You know, any kind of spiritual, which is to say moral, intellectual, philosophical regression is hell. Any kind of spiritual progress, which is moral, intellectual, emotional, philosophical progress, that's heaven. You know, that which used to be heaven for you, if you've progressed, becomes hell, which is like, let me think of an example. Well, in the body, I think an example would be cortisol. Cortisol used to save lives. Now it ends them. Cortisol used to be a chemical which alerted the systems of the body to go because it needed to go. You know, there is an animal close by.
Yeah.
You need to save your family or yourself. You need to get out. Cortisol used to be, you know, heaven. It used to be a teaching in a way. It used to be, you know, a North Star. Now, cortisol is like, is as I understand it, it's slowly killing us because, let me see if I can keep rocking this metaphor through. Well, we have a really distorted relationship to it, I suppose. We no longer have stress response to appropriate stimulus. We actually don't, again, we seem to be in an age of misapprehending and misapplying our nature. And so therefore, we have really disordered responses to all kinds of stimulus.
Yeah.
Cortisol being one of them, you know? So again, what used to be heaven becomes hell. That's a really, really obtuse answer to your question in a way, so forgive me. But like, you know, we go on, our state of mind is our heaven or our hell.
Yeah.
Are you happy or are you sad? What is the cause? Do you understand the cause? Like, this is heaven and hell.
And that sort of continues.
It continues absolutely.
In this.
Like, yeah, always. And again, as I'm saying these things emphatically because it's like, it's a really, really encouraging and empowering framework by which to view the human being, I think, you know? So it's like, so I get excited about it. I don't mean to state it emphatically because I want to be authoritative either in, you know what I mean? But it's, you know, I think it's in some ways a radical view.
You know how earlier you were talking about how, you know, money and fame and success don't make people happy and everybody knows this. I was thinking for the religious reflective life, which strives oftentimes for asceticism and humility, might make it worse. Like, is it difficult to be a practicing Baha'i whilst being rich and famous?
Yes. The simple and graceful answer would be yes. If I try a longer and less graceful answer, well, why? I mean, I think even in Islam, there's a saying that like, it is easier for a camel to pass through the needle's eye than for a rich man to, you know,
Into the
find
kingdom of
God.
Yeah.
Something like that. What?
It's from the Gospels.
It is?
I'm not sure
Okay.
if it's reproduced in the Quran. I don't think it is.
Okay.
But yes, one of Jesus' sayings.
Right.
Interestingly, a possible mistranslation because it's a very weird thing for him to say. Some people think that it's. I think some people think that he actually said something more like a thread going through the eye of a needle, or that the eye of the needle was like a physical location.
That's actually my understanding.
would
That actually, there's
pass
a
through,
place where camels would pass through that they had to get on their knees.
There are a few different ideas because it is a little
Because
bit.
it's not impossible.
Yeah.
Because that, if you were to take it literally, it would be impossible.
And it would be a little bit strange.
Then
It'd be
I'm
like
screwed.
me saying, like, you know, it's easier for a zeppelin to
Yeah.
pass through a little mouse hole. So it's like, okay, but why did you pick a zeppelin? You know?
I think every manifestation of God has like these metaphorical sayings which have a surprisingly literal translation if you find it. And I do, my understanding, because it's referenced at some point, I think, by the son of Baha'u'llah, Abdul Baha, in I think this book, Some Answered Questions. I believe it's there. I'm not exactly sure on that, but my understanding is that it was a reference to a place where camels had to get on their knees in order to pass through. Which is to say, simply, that it's possible but it's difficult.
Yep.
And if you would like to pass through this place, well, it might be better if you just didn't have a camel, which is to say it might be better if you didn't have excessive wealth, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think no matter who you are, I mean, I've heard a saying on one of your YouTube shorts recently, which I really liked. I forget who said it, but Christianity has not been tried and found wanting. It has been found difficult and not tried.
That's right.
Whew.
Yeah.
That's true about really, I don't care
That's Chesterton, G.K. Chesterton.
Okay, so that is true about any rigorously applied moral framework.
Yeah.
Because any moral framework, I would believe, is really trying to be true and right and just, right? So therefore, any moral framework is, you know, aspiring to be godlike. And therefore, it's going to be hard. Therefore, you're going to find yourself at some point challenged with your own hypocrisy. I mean, that's just try and be married. You don't have to have any kind of belief system. You'll be challenged with your own hypocrisy there, you know, like inevitably at some point. And again, just to ground this all, it's all about human relationships. It is about the perfection of human relationships, because that is what will lead to, that is the answer to every problem facing the planet right now, bar none. Try and test it. The answer is the perfection of human relationships. And what else is going to do it? You know, science will help us. Science is understanding plenty about the nature of relationships. Maybe the function of them. Can it identify the purpose?
Yeah, it's not quite the same.
It's not quite the same.
The same thing.
You need nature and purpose, you know? You need function and philosophy. I don't know.
Yeah, Rain told me a quote, and I can't remember who it was, where the quote was from, but we were talking about this stuff and him being a Baha'i as well. The quote was something like, the finger that points at the moon is not the moon.
Yeah, I remember that.
You know, and I think it applies in a slightly different context, but it's the same thing. Don't mistake like the mechanism by which we might learn about a thing for like an explanation of the thing or for the thing itself. You know, you can scientifically explain a lot of things in this world without actually, or you can describe them, let's say, or you can go into detail and explain its organization or its constituent parts, but you go no further towards telling us why it's there, telling us what it is, or indeed having any kind of interaction or relationship with it. And I think that's worth keeping in mind.
Yeah.
Penn Badgley, thank you so much for your time. It's been fun.
Thank you for bearing with my tangential and rambling mind. But, you know, the questions that you're asking matter a lot to me, and I think they're so difficult to answer, and I'm grateful that you have this platform and that you've invited me on.
Absolutely. Well, cool. That'll do the trick.
Yeah.
Nice.